That's right. Welcome to another premiere. And of course, when it's a Singer 201-2, the Rolls Royce of Singer sewing machines, my Rolls Royce comes out. Let's get some lights on. Isn't that a fun tune? I love that tune so much. Well, let me point you back to the roots of this great machine. And that is that it came on the scene originally as the 201K right around 1934. Around 1935, the 201-1 came on the scene, which was a rotary hook system machine similar to this, with reverse, but it was built into a treadle machine. Right after that came this machine that I named over 10 years ago as the Rolls Royce of Singer sewing machines, none other than the Singer 201-2, which all of a sudden put that treadle to rest, put the belt idea to rest, and it introduced a direct drive gear driven machine with that potted motor on the back. And these machines again were equipped with either a 0.5 amp motor or a 0.6 amp motor. This particular machine on screen right now, which I haven't even told you yet, belongs to my friend Julie from the great state of Indiana. This particular machine has a 0.5 amp motor, but let me say this, that when I get done with one of these potted motors, you're not going to be able to tell the difference between the power delivery between a 0.5 amp and a 0.6 amp. You're just not going to be able to tell the difference. I can tell the difference, but at the grassroots level, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to deliver the same punch down at the needle. It's going to drive home heavy-duty sewing, or light-duty sewing for that matter. So after the 201-2, let's continue this legacy talk for a little bit. Right around 1948, between 1948 and 1952, Rolls-Royce, the good folks that make that kind of cool car, they were looking for a solution to lay down a perfect stitch to sew their interior leather panels. They didn't want to go commercial. They didn't want to go light industrial. They wanted to find a machine that had portability to move around the factory as the different phases of the operation had to occur, and they wanted to be able to take those machines where the need was. They picked the Singer 201 to do that job. And because the Singer 201-2 came on the scene, right around the late 1930s, early 1940s, it was the perfect machine to put their finger on. And so between 1948 and 1952, a machine very much like Julie's was buzzing around the factory, helping to complete the production process on one of the most luxurious cars that has ever, I almost said walked the earth, has ever driven on the earth, the Rolls-Royce automobile. And that's why I have my Rolls-Royce out there to introduce this great machine. Now after the 201-2 came the 201-3, which kind of went back to the belt again. It was an external motor with a belt mounted on it, had reverse, and then the 201K3 came on the scene, which was a boat anchor of a machine in Great Britain. It was the heaviest of heavy machines made out of cast iron. Then right after that, we moved into the 201-4, which again continued the rotary hook legacy of the 201 class with reverse, but it was a hand crank. Then the 201K21, which was an aluminum version of the 201. Then the 201K23, which was built from about 1954 to 1962, and it came in, as I shared in a recent premiere, and this is fun to say, it came in beige, brown, and black. It was a BBB machine. Better Business Bureau, something different there. And then last but not least in the Class 201 series was the 201K24, which was almost a mirror image of the 201K21. So again, we went back to aluminum all over again. Notice how things kind of circle back? It's kind of like clothing fashions, right? Yeah, it is. So, looking at Julie's machine, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was as troubled as it was when it arrived at the workshop. And some of these things were totally off the radar for probably either the person that sold the machine to Julie or Julie herself. Because the seller that sold it to her probably didn't know a lot about vintage machines. Based on what I found, and we'll look at that on Facebook with my progress shots. So, the 201-2 hardly needs an introduction on this channel. I've shown it innumerable times. And in order to set Julie up for success, and she and I have had behind the scenes conversations about her machine, and as she looked at the progress shots on Facebook, she was like, oh my goodness gravy. I don't think she said it exactly like that. I think people like to say the word gravy in Indiana, but they don't always do it because they're very progressive people. But I'm going to say it. Oh goodness gravy. Wait until you see the progress shots with all of the obstacles that I had to overcome to get this machine ready for this premiere today. Oh my goodness gravy. I'm going to say that a couple more times probably during this premiere. But on top of that, this machine also came with a very, very chipped up plastic bobbin. I'm not a fan of the plastic bobbins when it comes to the 201-2. So I'm going to set up Julie, along with the metal bobbin that's inside of the machine right now, I'm going to set up Julie with a total of 5 metal bobbins, original bobbins, that would have come with this machine. And along with that, I'm also going to set her up for success with the right presser foot, which is the one on the right, not the one on the left. The one on the left is the one that was on the machine. It's a low shank multi-purpose presser foot, but it really isn't true to this machine. Not to mention this one that was on the machine is an aftermarket, and you can tell that because of the quality of manufacturing. When you look at it on screen, it's a blur. It's moving so fast, it's a blur. When you look at it on screen, you can see how the mounting point that goes to the presser foot bar, see how that wiggles? So it's not going to give you a true feed. It's not going to give you a solid base for sewing. I'm trying to get the right grip on it. It's not going to give you a solid base for sewing. So I wanted to get this off of the machine straight away. I'll send it back with the machine for Julie, but it's not a really quality, high quality presser foot attachment. So this is going to go away, definitely during this premiere. And I decided not to sew with what would be a typical attachment, the traditional attachment for this machine, because I wanted to put a roller foot to use. I've mentioned roller feet, I've mentioned walking feet in some of the recent premieres. Let me rotate that so you can actually see it. I think you can see it probably better, maybe like that. Yeah. So I've mentioned roller feet, I've mentioned walking feet, but I haven't shown one in use for a while. So I decided not to go with the traditional presser foot attachment, and I decided to set up Julie's machine with this all metal roller foot. And I've talked about it before that premieres are not set up to appease the general viewer. I hope that they enjoy them. I hope that they get giggles. I hope they learn new stuff and all that kind of stuff is why I build premieres and why I invest so much time in preparing for a premiere. But the premiere is really centered around that machine owner. And that really is the benefit of making that additional investment, sending your machine to the workshop, because then your machine and you as an owner are showcased to the world. And so knowing that Julie is going to want to try to sew leather goods, not going to be super heavy, crazy leather, but it's going to be leather goods. I want to build this premiere with a lot of leather sewing. So you're going to see this little pile over here that I prepared, which is just a wide scope of leathers. Everything from what you've seen oftentimes on this channel, the genuine elk hide, to protected full grain leather, to Italian leather, to vegan leather, to what else do I have in there? I think I also have, did I say vegetable tan leather? If I didn't, I've got that in there too. But I got a huge pile of leather that we're going to be sewing off on this premiere today, along with some of my go-to stuff that I love to show as well. You know, the commercial grade upholstery material, commercial grade canvas, the acrylic fiber, and of course the needle breaker, the compressed felt as well. So I've got a wide field, as I promised to do on all premieres, a wide field of sew-offs that we're going to put Julie's Rolls Royce of Singer sewing machines through. Oh, I didn't show you. Along with the original all-metal bobbins, I also chatted with Julie and I said, would you like me to set you up for success with leather needles as well? So I'm setting her up with size 90, which equates to a size 14, and then also size 110, huge harpoons, size 110, size 18 leather needles as well. And of course, by Schmetz. Duh, who else would I choose, right? There are other needle makers out there that are making leather needles, but nothing like a Schmetz leather needle, in my humble opinion. Yeah. So, let's get into this premiere. Let's get some music going. There's my Rolls Royce right there. Yeah. Let's get over on the needle side. Let you see this roller foot do its magic. Once I stop jiggling the camera. There we go. Frozen. Woo! Okay. So let's get some more music on. And let's put this Rolls Royce of Singer sewing machines together. And I'm going to move all these extra bobbins. I did roll an extra bobbin because I'm using, and I didn't mention this, I'm using upholstery thread today because I just love the look of upholstery thread on leather. And since we're going to be sewing up quite a bit of leather, I thought I would use that. It's a little bit more tricky. Sometimes we got to tweak the tension a little bit to get it right, but that's okay. And then for the needle, I decided to select a size 110, which is a size 18 leather needle that I'm going to be using on Julie's 201-2 today. So we're going to be sewing with a harpoon, in essence. Yes, we are. All right. Oh, I didn't grab my little towel to wipe off the machine as we do the various sew-offs, because some of this leather has just no manners at all. It just sheds all over the machine. It just doesn't care. Okay, so some more music. Music, that's fun to say, isn't it? And I think we'll start with our genuine elk hide. And what we started with as far as a song is called Morning Dove. And now I'm going to put on a song that I love. And it's the keyword I use today to find these songs is harmonica. So the next one, you're going to know it straight away. It's called Triumph on the Prairie. And I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit, even though I absolutely love this song. So we can hear Julie's machine do its magic. Yeah, I think that's low enough. Should be. And of course, I've got to play a little bit of harmonica. All right, enough of that. Let's do some genuine Elkine. All right, here we go. A single layer of genuine Elkine. Blah. It's about 4 ounces of leather. Here we go. Yes, the machine did just sew that. Although it'd be hard to tell, wouldn't it? Because of how easy it launched into that sew-off. All right, I'm working here, so you got to play harmonica for me. You got to play harmonica for me because I'm showing off this Rolls Royce of singers. All right, let's hold it up with these shears here. That's like a man's belt that we just sewed. And after I got done with all the motor work and the rewiring that you'll see, this machine sewed it like it was a light cotton. Look at that top edge if you want to get an idea of what we just sewed through. It is insane. It's absolutely insane. And yet Julie's machine laid down just drop dead gorgeous stitching from start to finish through that thick layer of genuine elk hide. Absolutely spot on. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. And again, if you look at that top edge, look at that stuff. That is the thick of thick. And as we pause there, I'm going to say it. Page 34 stitching. And we are using a leather needle today. I oftentimes will make that disclaimer. I'll make that disclaimer because we're sewing leather products, or leather material I should say, and we're using a universalist type needle, a universal needle. Blah. I'm gonna get something to drink because my tongue is just tied today. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna put on my harmonica song one more time because I can't get enough of that one. So oftentimes we're sewing with a universal style needle, which is designed in theory to handle leather, but it's not specifically designed to handle leather. And yet we've had great outcomes with that as well. Well, what we're looking at right now, is I stepped away from the camera real quick, is we're looking at the top stitch, and we're looking at 100% genuine elk hide, and we're looking at page 34, totally. But we're also looking at the totality of stitching, and when you're looking at a stitch line, you can just see it and know right away that it's top shelf stitching. And that's what we did here. So let's turn it over now with all that blah, blah, blah. And let's take a look at this lock stitch. But first of all, let me turn it towards the camera again so you can see what a single layer of genuine elk hide looks like. It is crazy. What about that lock stitch? How do we do managing that? Because I've said it a million times, the lock stitch is always going to be trickier to lay down, because in order to pull that thread back up through that thick layer of elk hide, you've got to fight gravity and friction. Was that a problem? Nope. Not even close. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. All right, hands off the camera, Scott. I get this thing jiggling like jello and then it's hard to see. Aren't those gorgeous stitches? Absolutely page 34. All right, come out on the shot. Totality of the stitching for the lock stitch. Single layer of elk hide. Absolutely a pass. So I'm going to move that to the rear as our first official leather sew-off on Julie's Rolls-Royce of Singers. Now that is not the first sew-off that I did on this needle and on this 201-2. Let me show you the stack I did off camera. We'll come out on this shot a little bit. So off camera, I decided to sew some protected full grain leather while I was getting the stitching balanced the way I wanted to get it balanced. So protected full grain leather, several rows of that, kind of goofing around with the tension, making some adjustments on the spring as well, inside of the tension unit, and getting that balanced. And then we also did some of this style of protected full grain leather as well. And Julie's machine just seems to have an appetite for leather. It just loves to sew leather. Then I did a little bit of this vegan leather as well. Just kind of goofing around with that, different stitch lengths, getting some interesting, trying to get it to focus here. Maybe it's my eyes. There we go. I think I got it. So goofing around some vegan leather as well and trying to get, that stitch page 34 the way I wanted it. So my point in showing this to you is this needle that we're using right now, which again is a harpoon needle, size 110, size 18, has already sewed all of this off camera, along with the elk hide that we just sewed. So we are going to be aiming to do a little bit of needle abuse today during this premiere while we're putting Julie's machine to the test. And that really is the deal with a premiere. A premiere is a test. It's almost like a mini Olympics for that sewing machine. And, when it comes to the Olympics, some people will settle for a bronze. Others are going to try to grab that silver. But we step into the premiere with the mindset that we're only going to go, we're only going to accept, we're only going to consider getting a gold medal in order for this machine to graduate and head towards Indiana to join Julie down there so she can begin experimenting with leathers on this machine. So we're going for the gold today. We're going to go for the gold. I'm going to throw these to the back along with our elk hide that we just sewed live on this premiere. And now we're going to move into our next leather sew-off. And I'm kind of deciding what I want to sew while I pick out some more music. So the one we just listened to twice, because I love that song, is called Triumph on the Prairie. And now we're going to put on Ginormous Robots. Ginormous Robots. Here we go. Turn it down a little bit more. There we go. Ginormous Robots. That's a title you don't forget any time soon, huh? Yeah. All right. What do I have? It looks like I have two different pieces of Italian leather. I've got one where I'm going to try to manage and meter out the power of this Rolls-Royce Singer. So I'm going to be sewing around kind of an odd-shaped piece of leather. It's shaped kind of like almost like kind of looks like a pyramid a little bit, but it's basically a triangle piece. And when you're using a roller foot like this, it's not really easy to make turns, so I'm probably going to have to make sure the needle is down and make turns by raising the presser foot and kind of rotating the material a little bit, because it's really, really difficult to turn when you're using a roller foot. It just is. All right, presser foot is down. And I was having trouble seeing when I was lining up those off-camera shots a little bit ago, and I can see why now. My little reading glasses look almost like they were covered in peanut butter. Let me give those a quick wipe off. Okay, so a single layer of Italian leather, probably about 3 to 4 ounces, and our goal with this sew-off is going to be trying to manage that real meaty, powerful motor now. Whoops. Hold on a second. I just created a problem with my thread. Give me a second here. Kind of shredded my thread. Can you see that on the screen? I went to make an adjustment and there was still pressure on the presser foot and ended up pulling the thread. And yeah, don't do that. That's a bad thing. All right, let me rethread this real quick and we will move forward. We'll move forward with our... See, I was distracted by that ginormous robot. But this is a great opportunity. I like when little hiccups occur because there's sometimes a teaching opportunity in it. And I didn't tell you, when you're setting up this machine for sewing, you want to make sure that the flat side of the needle is to the left. So make sure that that flat side is pointing to the left of the machine, not towards the pillar. And then when you thread this machine, you're going to be threading it from right to left. And a lot of us are accustomed to threading machines pretty much all the time. And we're going to be threading them usually from left to right. But when you're threading this 201, don't do that. Don't do that. You definitely want to thread it from right to left. Now, if you're working with its predecessor, the 101, and we recently highlighted a 101 on this channel, then you're going to definitely thread it from left to right. So, and the other trick when you're using a roller foot like this, you don't have the little groove notch in the front of it to just slide the thread to the back. You've got to kind of thread it down through the opening where that needle is going to pass. And of course on camera it's always a little bit more challenging than off camera, but that's okay. There we go. And then bring it to the rear. So this time I actually have my presser foot lever up and I'm not trying to adjust the thread. See that? Sometimes a teacher, always. You can finish it in the chat. You can type it in the chat. You know what I'm going with. All right. So now we're going to be doing this single layer of Italian leather while we're listening to a song called Moon Rock. Moon Rock. I remember when moon rocks were a craze. They were selling them all over the place. Some of them were real, some of them were fake. A lot of them were fake. Matter of fact, that one movie with Nicolas Cage, what is it called? What is it called? I don't remember. But there's, I think, a moon rock or something in that one too. All right, so enough of that. Let's actually sew this Italian leather now. Single layer, here we go. All right, let's sew it down to the finish. Here we go. And I want you to listen to this motor. I've got the music turned way down, so listen closely to the motor. So that was a single layer of Italian leather, and again we were focusing on trying to demonstrate harnessing the power of that potted motor that I took through a number of restorative steps, as you'll see on the Facebook shots. A number of restorative steps. A very troubled motor. All right, let's get out our sew-off display holder that Maddie sent me from Florida. And I will do my best to set this up so we can take a look at these stitches, which are absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. All right, perfect ending to the song. There we go. So let's take a look at these. Oh, we're already seeing some of them off there on the side. Let's do totality of the stitching first, while I pick out some more music. Italian leather, again, if you don't know anything about leathers, if you're brand new to this channel, or you've been falling asleep during class, Italian leather is super tricky stuff. It tends to be real slippery. It tends to be something that doesn't feed real well over the feed dogs. This one is called Golden Them Hills. Golden Them Hills. Let's turn this up a little bit. And I should ring the bell. Yes, I should. All right, so now if anybody shows up after that, they are officially late. All right, let's start on the bottom. Pause right there. Pause. And this does have a little wrinkle to it, so we're going to have to kind of follow the stitching as best as we can. And that's where when you see right up there on the top where people have said, that looks like elephant skin almost because of that wrinkliness. Nope, it's Italian leather. No elephants have been harmed in preparation for this premiere. Nope. Folks, those are gorgeous stitches, don't you agree? Absolutely drop dead gorgeous stitches. Got to kind of pause there because the leather's kind of beveled out a little bit. And again, nothing lightweight about this stuff. We're talking about 3 or 4 ounces of leather. Look at that edge. You can see what I'm talking about. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Let's come on and look at totality of stitching again while I flip it around so we can look at that lock stitch. Folks, that is page 34 plus stitching. Yes, it is. All right, let me flip it around. Trying to bend it a little bit because It's curly stuff. Like I said, it's tricky stuff to sew. Yes, it is. I may have to strap this down. Let me see if I can get a little clamp or something. Hold on. Alright, I'm going to try to clip it right there as best as I can. That stuff is more crooked than a politician. Probably shouldn't say that. But it's true! Well, let's start right there. And folks, those are some absolute page 34 stitches. They really are. They're just absolutely gorgeous. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, the glory of the stitch, as I've said before, the glory of the stitch is just absolutely as it should be. And again, this leather, as far as difficulty, and you're really having the potential to mess you up. For us to be able to lay down stitching like this with a needle that we've already given quite a bit of work to, I'm incredibly pleased with that. So that was called Golden Demdar Hills. I'm adding the Demdar because it sounds like it belongs. Let's listen to that one more time while we're walking around this leather. Looking at this amazing page 34 lock stitch. See that edge, folks? That's what I'm talking about. Look at that edge. That's more clamp right there. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Gorgeous lock stitching. Wow. Wow! Let me look at those one more time. Pause. All right, I'm going to lean towards page 34 plus. Especially considering the difficulty of this leather. I'd actually rank this higher on difficulty than the protected full grain leather. Look at that edge. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Totality of the stitching, a little bit hard to see, but it is absolutely spot on. Absolutely as it should be. So I'm going to unclip it and move it to the back as a definite pass. A single layer of Italiano leather. Italiano leather. I don't break my stitch off holder. All right, I'll keep this clip nearby just in case we need it again. Absolutely amazing, amazing stitching on the part of this 201-2. All right, let's get over by the needle again and keep on working this machine. We're giving it too many breaks. This is, after all, the mini Olympics, and we're going for gold. We're going for gold with this 201-2. Which I didn't mention, I know I didn't, is a 201-2 from 1948. And I'm trying to see if I've got the serial number written down somewhere. Hold on a second. Serial number, where is it? All right, I got it. For practice, why don't you look this up and tell me the full birth date and the production group size for Julie's machine. The serial number is A as in Apple, H as in Hotel, 490121. AH 490121. Give me the full birth date and the production group size, and I might send you something special. And I'm going to tell you this, that any Rolls-Royce of Singers in my book is priceless. But when you get below the threshold of 50,000 machines within a production group size, you right away push the value of that machine up exponentially. And I can tell you that the production group size for this machine is substantially smaller than 50,000. So type it in the chat, be the first one to put down the full birth date, the production group size, and if you reach out after the premiere, I got something for you. I got something for you. Yeah, I do. Okay, so see what you can come up with. See what you can come up with. Yipper. Yipper doodle. All right, so we listened to the Golden Demdar Hills twice. And now it's going to be an army of none. An army of none. No, I didn't say an army with nuns. Although that would be interesting. That would be really, really interesting. I'll tell you one thing, nuns are pretty daggone hardcore. Hey, if any of you were raised kind of like with Catholic school and that sort of thing, and you had a memory, you have a memory of a Catholic nun or Catholic nuns, type it in the chat what your experience was. And don't right away type ruler. You know, they used to beat me with a ruler 20 times a day. And then they'd follow me home and beat me at home. Now, there are some real good nuns out there too. Ones that don't necessarily rule with a ruler, I think. What do I know? I wasn't raised in Catholic school, so. But type it in the chat. I'd be curious what your experiences are with that. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Yo, 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 yo. All right, let me get a little wipe off on this bed here. We're going to do one more sew off, and then we're going to pop over to Facebook for just a little bit. Kind of bebop back and forth. We'll be beboppers. We're bopping bees. Told you that leather sheds a lot. That's something I should look for on Amazon, is shed-free leather. I think the closest thing would probably be vegetable tan leather. That stuff has a real flat nap. Army of none. All right. So what should we sew next? Maybe a single layer of protected full grain leather? Let's do that. And Julie told me she's not going to be sewing super thick leather or heavy grade leather, but I'm going to be demonstrating some levels above where she would likely be going. That way she's got that room to grow with her leather work if she chooses to do it. You know what I mean? An owner might never push the machine as much as I do during these mini Olympics during the premiere, but it's great to know that the machine can do that. All right, so a single layer of protected full grain leather. This is going to be a fairly long sew off, so get ready for it. Get ready for it. All right, here we go. I don't know about you, but I love the way the material feeds with a roller foot. It just, you can almost take your hand off of the leather and it just kind of just steers itself. Because you've got a metal roller in the front, you've got a metal roller in the back, and it just really grips that material and just says, okay, you go this way. It's very authoritative when it comes to the way it works with those feed dogs. It's like, I got this. Move aside, move aside. You never know, it could be from New York. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get out our stitch off holder and we'll take a look at this single layer of protected full grain leather. And if you don't know it or you don't remember it from the previous classes, they call it protected full grain leather because it's processed and there's a special coating that's put on this leather that fortifies that surface against staining and really against wear. So as soon as you fortify a surface of leather, you're pushing that piercing threshold way off the charts, because it's going to make that much difficult for that needle to pierce through. So with the level of ease that Julie's machine just did this sew off, it's just kind of crazy. It's as crazy as the next song, which is called Barnyard Surprise. Yeah, it is. All right, let's take a look at these stitches. A single layer of protected full grain leather, about 3 to 4 ounces of leather. See that end, folks? There's nothing lightweight about this at all. And yet, this 201-2, I'm going to go right over here and just pause. This 201-2 just laid down stitching that is absolutely break-worthy. Absolutely break-worthy. I just wanted to tilt it a little bit more. Let's go look at it one more time, but I'm going to give this a provisional page 34 plus. That is absolutely gorgeous stitching. Totality of the stitching, holy mackerel, we're out in left field. Totality of the stitching is absolutely spot on. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, the glory of the stitch. Amazing, amazing. Let's look at the lock stitch. Well, I zoomed in right at the end anyway. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Even through that nap, they are just popping out saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. And again, protected full grain leather, it's got a special coating that's going to make it even more difficult for that thread to be pulled back up through that thick layer of leather. And yet Julie's 1948 201-2 just got it done like it was no worries, no worries. So absolutely gorgeous stitching, top stitch, lock stitch, totality of the stitching. It's definitely going to go to the back as a pass. And we're just going to keep on plugging forward with leather sewing, because again, that's going to be the focus of Julie. That's where Julie wants to focus. She's going to be sewing other things too, but leather's going to be a big part of how she applies this tool of this 201-2, this Rolls Royce of Singers. So let's zoom in on that roller foot again and see what we're going to pick next. What victim are we going to pick next? What victim? What victim should we pick? First of all, we'll pick music for the victim. So that was Barnyard Surprise, which is a fun little tune. I think it's cute. And now we have Black Terrier Blues. Black Terrier Blues. If any of you own or ever owned a terrier of some sort, maybe a Boston Terrier, type it in the chat. I'd be curious to know if we have any folks that have had that particular dog breed. I think it's such a neat breed. And I'm sure some of you probably either do or have had a breed dog like that. All right, Black Terrier Blues. First of all, I'm going to turn it down a little bit. A little bit more. liking this one. Yeah, this is jazzy. I feel like I'm down in Georgia or Louisiana. Yes, I am. I'm down in Louisiana right now. That'd be a fun place to shoot a premiere, wouldn't it? Right along the bayou. Try shooting a premiere when there's Mardi Gras. That would be something. Yeah. Might have to do some editing on that one. All right. Well, I'm thinking about sewing some more of this Italian leather. But this time I'm thinking about doing 2 layers of it. And hopefully it's not too much for this 201-2. I don't think so. All right, 2 layers. So we're talking about probably around 8 ounces of leather. And for Paula and others that like measurements, let me tell you what the measurement is on this that we're going through. We're looking at right around 6 millimeters of leather. 6 millimeters of leather. That is not thin at all. No, it's not. All right, let's get that into position. Press your foot down. And again, when you're using a roller foot, make sure you get both of those rollers on the material. Don't do like I did in one of the previous ones where I had a roller kind of off the material and the other roller was on, and then I did a little spin out thing. So learn from my opportunities. All right, here we go. 2 layers of Italian leather. And this is the thick of thick. Total silence in the workshop. The machine is ready. It's saying, let's get going, Scott. Don't be so dramatic. I got this. I can do this. I know I can. You prepared me for these Olympics. Here we go. Well, I prepared the machine for the Olympics, but I need to prepare myself for sewing straight. I didn't do horrible. Kind of, yeah. It could be better. Constant and never-ending improvement. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedy do. All right, let's give this a clip. And again, we're sewing with a harpoon needle, size 18, size 110. And we're using upholstery thread, probably about size 89 is the size thread we're using. And you could probably get by with a size 16 needle, which would be a size 100. But I decided to go 110. Go big or go home, right? Yeah. So let's set this up and take a look at these stitches. This is going to be our top stitch. How do you know that? Because the leather's crooked. I bought defective leather because that was not my sewing that got it off course like that. It was the leather. All right, let's listen to Black Terrier Blues again. I think that's just a cool song. I'll turn it up a little bit. Black Terrier Blues. What a fun name, huh? Well, I can tell you right now from what I'm seeing. What are you seeing? Type it in the chat. Yeah, baby, yeah. Let's rotate that a little bit more. All right. I'm not going to keep you in suspense. Let's zoom in on this. Actually, it's kind of good that the leather is like it is, because you can see the nap without even us turning it over. Yeah. Wow. Wow. No, it's not elephant. We didn't sew elephant, folks. It's Italian leather. Gorgeous stitching. Let's come out totality of the stitching right there. Folks, go to the textbook, page 34. That's what we want to be seeing right there. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch is just exactly as it should be. And if you thought one layer of this was tricky, take it times two, because when you're sewing 2 layers of this, you have the same battle that I just demonstrated, and that is trying to keep those things even, because that stuff is slipperier than snot. And when you got 2 layers back to back like this, it's a new level of crazy. Yeah, it is. Let's turn it over and look at the other side. First of all, I'm going to kind of rotate it towards you a little bit, so you can see again that thickness factor that I was talking about when I measured it. Right around, at this point, it's probably like 6 or 7 millimeters thick. So let's flip it around and look at that lock stitch. Let's see how this machine managed that, because the lock stitch is always, always, always going to be tougher to get a quality stitch out of, because we're fighting that friction, we're fighting that gravity in trying to pull that thread back up through these 2 layers of super tricky, slippery Italian leather. So let's see how that lock stitch turned out. There, right there, you can see from the side. Look at that. And yet as we move across, I think we're going to see some glorious stitches. I really do. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on stitching. Through 2 layers. Pause right there. Page 34 plus. 2 layers of Italian leather. And this is our lock stitch, folks. This is our lock stitch. Absolutely. I'm not even going to go by it again. Look at that, the totality of the stitching. That is absolutely page 34, and I would give it a plus on top of the page 34, because I know how tough Italian leather is. And look at again the thickness of what we sewed. And if I flip it around, we'll look at that top stitch just real quick, because we got a lot more things to sew off here. A lot more things to sew off. But that is absolutely page 34 plus stitching on top as well. I'm not even going to zoom in on it. We already saw it close up. And look at again that nap on the left side that I very intentionally sewed off course so I could show it, since we were going to be sewing them back to back. I was saying to myself, you got to sew off course, Scott. You got to take one for the team, because the folks then can see the nap, which otherwise would be concealed if those 2 edges were perfectly lined up. You're not buying it, are you? Dr. Singer off camera is shaking his finger at me like, Scott, that's a bunch of malarkey. Where's Dr. Singer? Yeah. I know. I was just messing around, man. I sewed off course. I did it. I'll take ownership. Yep. Oh, really? The Singer repairman said he sews off course all the time, but it's not a mistake. It's an intentional design. Yeah, like that. Look at that. Gorgeous! Absolutely lovely. All right. Let's throw that to the back as well as a definite pass. We are definitely, if we keep on this track, which we should, we're definitely going to pull off a gold medal for this premiere today, for these sewing Olympics. I almost said mini sewing Olympics, but when we sew at this level with this diverse field of materials, with all of these layers, there's nothing mini about that. There's nothing mini about that at all. Nope. These are the Olympics for sewing, folks. So Black Terrier Blues, and now we got Empty-Hearted Man. Empty-Hearted Man. Ooh, and a harmonica. That keyword works. That was kind of fun to start it again. Let me do that one more time. I won't do it again, I promise. The power of rewind. Don't try this at home, kids. All right. Oh, that's right. I was going to do that. Thank you, Dr. Singer. Dr. Singer just said before you do another sew-off, you can set up another sew-off with our protected full-grain leather. We're going to do 2 layers of that. We just did 2 layers of Italian leather. But let's pop over to Facebook for a little bit. We'll get this all set up. I was sew on the left. Let's sew on the right just for fun. See if I can manage keeping it straighter if I sew on the right instead of the left. We'll see. No promises, no guarantees. All right, now let's pop over to Facebook and take a look at some of these progress shots. All right, lock it in right there. So this opening shot is just kind of showing what we started with. What did we start with? We started with a lot of electrical problems. We started with a motor that was very troubled. And I think as we move through these different progress shots, that'll be evident. But our base, our foundation that we're starting with is rock solid because we've got a great 201-2. And here you can see the Singer repairman kind of looking in as I'm moving the throat plate off. And we're starting to look at, the overall condition of the machine. And just getting a feel for, how much work is this project going to take? I would say it was at least a case of Oreos, maybe a case and a half. And again, just looking at general condition of the machine. Oftentimes, if you look at a machine and on the outside, it looks like it definitely has some deferred maintenance challenges. That's going to be compounded as soon as you start to dig into the machine. That's only the tip of the iceberg. And there looks like Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean is kind of checking out. There was this weird sticky substance on a number of places on the machine, but particularly by this spool pin adjacent to the serial number. And I'm trusting that by now someone has had a chance to look up Julie's machine. I told you already that it was from 1948 and that the serial number on the machine was AH490121. You can kind of see that in the shot. Well, this particular 201-2 was born in 1948, but specifically February 27th, 1948. And I talked about the uniqueness of the production group size on Julie's machine. Average for Singer was right around 50,000. This production group size on Julie's machine was only one of 15,000 machines. So about a third the size of a normal Singer production group. That right away adds greater value to this machine, in my opinion, because it came from a much smaller group size than Singer would have typically made. So hang on to it, Julie. It is a treasure upon treasures. And there in the shot you can see the bobbin winding assembly. We're kind of looking over near the balance wheel. And you can see, if you look closely, and we'll see closer shots of it as well, we have a very troubled bobbin winding tire. Very troubled bobbin winding tire. So that was definitely on the list to be replaced. Now we're kind of looking into the faceplate area. Dr. Singer is on the other end of the machine. The Singer repairman is on this side. And I'm just seeing a lot of filth, a lot of buildup, a lot of junk on the machine. A lot of junk. And junk is not just an aesthetic thing where when you look at it, oh, it's gross, it's yucky. It is a production inhibitor. It holds that machine back. It prevents it from ever hoping to get a gold medal. So I had to remove all of these obstacles so that when we had these sewing Olympics today, Julie's machine had every opportunity to get gold. And we're definitely on that path so far. Now look again at the buildup on all of these moving parts within the faceplate area. From the needle bar assembly and the pivots to the presser foot bar and everything in between, it's just coated, it's just caked up with all kinds of junk that is going to hold this machine back. So systematically, we've got to address all of that. It takes a lot more time. Again, if you went to a local sewing center, they never ever would even take the faceplate off unless they were really going to try to impress you and oil all of the moving parts on there. But as far as cleaning it up and removing the lacquer, the varnishing, the buildup, the junk, the crud, the gook, the blah, they won't even touch it. They don't have time. Now there's that bobbin that was in the machine, and it was horrifically chipped. If anyone actually used it in the machine, I would be shocked, because as chipped as it was, I can't even see that it would have been turning in the raceway properly. There would have been all kinds of challenges erupting because of that bobbin. And again, there are certain machines that do really well with plastic bobbins. The Strietelmeiers generally do real well with plastic bobbins. Sometimes actually the 401As, for example, actually do better with plastic than they do with metal. But when it comes to a 201-2, go metal or go home, in my opinion. I'm not a fan of plastic on this particular machine model. And so that was going to go right away, even if it hadn't been all chipped up. And then when I talked to Julie, she was like, oh yeah, bye, garbage. Set me up with some metal ones. Can you do that, Scott? Yes, ma'am, I can. So now we're kind of looking in the raceway area, which is a horizontally mounted rotary hook system. So that hook is going to go full rotation as it's operating. It's not going to be agitating like, say, a 1591. That's going to have a different hook system. If you remember what that other hook system is called, type it in the chat, would you? What kind of hook system does a 1591 have that is in sharp contrast to its big brother, this 201-2? Totally different hook systems. Now look at all that junk on there. And this again is the brain center to the sewing machine. It's the brain center. It's where all the magic happens. It's where those stitches are created. It's really hard to do your job when you are this junked up. It's really, really hard to do your job. And so we are going to systematically work through that and resolve that obstacle. Look at that. Even as we get closer and closer, it's evident just how bad off this machine was. May have looked great from the outside, generally. But as you dig into a machine, you all of a sudden get the true story of how that machine has been maintained. And this machine had deferred maintenance as its mantra. Singer Repairman, he is an engaged guy. I mean, he is not a sit back and watch person like Mr. Bean. He likes to get into it. He likes to mix it up and keep it real. So he's kind of checking things out as I'm starting to dig into the machine and deal with a lot of these issues. And again, these plates, especially the feed dog plate that we just took off, would never ever be taken off in a general sewing center. It wouldn't happen because it takes too much time, and they're looking to get that machine in and out, bing, bang, boom, in about 30 to 45 minutes. With all of their overhead, they can't do anything else. So taking out plates, it's not going to happen. So all of this dirt, all of this buildup, all of this varnishing, all of this junk would be left behind and eventually would migrate into that raceway area and contaminate that hook system and that shuttle and corrupt the integrity of your stitches. It's true. It's true. It's not going to stay there and be good. It's going to move around like a virus and contaminate. Can you see that now? Look at over here by the feed dogs as well. Again, that cover would be concealing all this. And you would drop off your machine, you would pay a bill, probably about 125 to 150 bucks, which is pretty daggone close to what I charge for my in-depth service and deep cleaning. That's why people go out of their way to get the machine to the workshop, because they're like, I'm going to be paying almost the same thing and get 200 times the service that I would otherwise. I mean, my machine is going to be underneath the scalpel for about 12 to 14 hours compared to 30 to 45 minutes. You do the math. It is well worth the investment. Well worth it. So we're continuing to move around the machine. Here what I'm doing is I'm taking off the thread guide, which is adjacent to the serial plate right over here, where all that sticky, gunky stuff was. And I take that off just so that I can service that as well. That's actually a working component on the machine. If you want to be able to wind bobbins, as I did in preparation for this premiere, and get a nice even distribution, particularly when you're winding upholstery thread on a bobbin, you better have that tension unit absolutely tip top, or you're going to have some challenges when you're winding that bobbin. Now we're looking at some of the electrical stuff, which was just, oh my gosh. And Mr. Bean is looking on like, yeah, I'm glad that you're doing that, Scott, because we'd have some sparks otherwise, my friend. The other thing I'll mention real quick, if I go back to that shot, real quick, the other thing that I'll mention is that this machine was set up in a very convoluted way. A 201-2 should be hardwired and set up to so that foot controller is hardwired, the power source is hardwired into the junction, and the motor is hardwired into that junction as well. It was set up with a wiring block, which is where you would have the equivalent of like a plug-in for plugging into an outlet, plugging it into a box along with the light, and there was just no reason for that. So I ended up totally changing the setup of the wiring on this to clean that up and also to address all of the electrical hazards with the machine as well. What are we committed to in this classroom, folks? Kanai. I could have left it or rewired it exactly the way it was, but this is a much, much better wiring diagram that I used than the original one. So type in the chat, what is Kanai? And why would I go to that extra length to do that for Julie? Along with taking off the housing for the light and looking at all the what? All the gook and junk and buildup behind that light too. Like there. And there. And there. Ugh. And there. I joked with Julie. She said she lives in the country. I said, yeah, and some of the cleaning on the machine, I expected woodland creatures to be jumping out too. She said, we live in the country, so that's a possibility. You never know. I hope not. Although I like woodland creatures. So, what's the big deal about this? This is concealed because that lighting housing is mounted or, affixed to the body of the machine. You would never see this stuff. Why does it matter? It matters because your lighting system is instrumental in helping you to be able to do the projects that you want to do. And it's instrumental in keeping you from becoming fatigued. If you have insufficient lighting and you're trying to do projects, it's going to wipe you out. So any of this stuff that's left on the body of the machine adjacent to the light eventually is going to do what? It's going to migrate. And it's going to corrupt. Even if I go to the extent of putting an LED light in here, which I did for Julie, Even if I go to the extent of cleaning that reflective shield that light is going to shine against and then push that light down to the bed and to the needle, even if I do all of that, if I leave this stuff on, it's eventually going to migrate and undo the good that I did. Why would I do that? That would drive me nuts. So we're going to get rid of it. All of that yucky stuff. Plus I take this off as well because I want to verify the wiring as well. The wiring for the light on the 201-2 is routed through the pillar area and across the arm and then eventually out to this exit point. And I want to inspect that wiring to make sure that it's safe, because otherwise we have electrical current running through a metal machine. Need I say more? I don't want Julie to have to worry about anything. When she gets this Rolls-Royce of Singers, I want her to just have fun. I don't want her to say, I wonder if Scott checked that. She's already going to know the answer to that. Because even though I don't capture every single step through my progress shots, I capture a lot of them. And that's why I want the owner to see. I even go to this extent because I want to make sure that that owner is taken care of properly. So there's the wiring harness that comes through the machine to feed this light, and part of that is inspecting that as well, making sure it's good to go. Inspecting and cleaning the copper contacts where the bulb would snap into. All of that gets cleaned and inspected as well. Now that's the original wiring block, and for some machines that works pretty well. An example of this would be the little brother to the 201-2. Most of those Singer 101s, like the one that we just did an unboxing on for my good friend Mary from Washington State, most of those 101s are going to be set up with wiring blocks like this, where the light is going to have a plug-in, the motor is going to have a plug-in, and then you're going to plug them into this junction box, and then you're going to plug this box. So here we're looking at the top of the machine adjacent to the pillar, and this is a kind of a makeshift spool pin that someone came up with. It's not an original spool pin. They kind of cut it and then they flared the bottom so it would stay in place. So I cleaned all of this up in here and I left the original spool pin on there. I thought it was functional. It's not what I would have gone with, but it'll get the job done. And you can see all the buildup in here as well, which is adjacent to the main shaft and also just offset a little bit from the pitman arm. And again, it just gives you an idea of all the buildup, the dirt, the filth, the varnishing in this 201-2. Now we're pulling apart the balance wheel, and I've got the clutch retainer. And, well, you'll see. All of this area also has just a huge amount of deferred maintenance. Wait until we get into the motor area where the worm gear is coming off of the motor. It's pretty shocking. There's the end of the balance wheel. Again, this would be inside of the machine, interlacing with the worm gear coming off of the motor. You would never see this. If you went to a service center, they would never do a thing with this. And yet that interlacing worm gear component that you can see right here has to be able to pivot as it's engaging with that other worm gear. Otherwise, you could actually cause these worm gears, which are a heavy grade Teflon base, to actually chip on the balance wheel. The other worm gear is metal, so you have metal going up against Teflon. If this wasn't able to flex when that motor engages against it, you could actually cause damage. And with all the buildup on there right now, it's not able to do what it's supposed to be able to do. So you could actually, if you left it like this, you could actually cause permanent damage to this balance wheel gears that are supposed to interlace with that worm gear off of the motor. So that's why I go as deep as I do. It's not just to make the machine pretty or even functional, it's also to prevent damage for the machine as well. How does that look? Does that look optimized? Does that look like it deserves a gold medal? Nope. We're not even in the bronze area with that. And all of that is going to either set up the machine to succeed or set it up to fail. If I leave that on there, I'm going to be setting up Julie's machine to fail. So we got to deal with it. Now we're looking into that well where those worm gears come together and you've got that positive traction factor. This is your metal worm gear down here in this little recessed well that's going to interlace with that Teflon gear as you slide it onto the main shaft. And just the overall condition of that is so far gone that I could see evidence that whoever was trying to run it like that was actually overheating. It was actually causing it to break down. See that? This is old grease, and it's also grease that has gotten superheated because those components are not moving as they're supposed to be moving. I mean, look at that. How would you expect it to do its job when it's in that condition? It's just not possible. There's a closer shot of that worm gear again. Again, you're going to have metal against that balance wheel interlacing gear that's going to be Teflon. And again, that's why that balance wheel is set up with a spring release on that Teflon feed so that it will flex as the power of this is engaged and pushes against that Teflon with a great deal of force so that it doesn't break it. And so you've got a good, even launch. A lot of thoughtful engineering into the 201-2. There you got a clearer shot. You can just see the filth and the buildup in that area. And again, this area, that area that we just looked at, would never, ever, ever be serviced at a local sewing center. They would not have time to pull off all the pieces that are necessary and to go into the in-depth restorative steps of making that area right. Quite honestly, they wouldn't know what to do. There's our bobbin winding tire that is in a horrible state. We're going to take care of that too. Little things make a big difference. What we're looking at here is, and it's kind of hard to tell, but we're looking at the right side of the bobbin winder that is on the top of the right side of the machine adjacent to the balance wheel. And this piece right here that you can see is actually busted. It's busted on the inside. And the way you can tell is when you push the bobbin winder down to engage it, and then you release it, instead of it popping back up, it just stays in a down position, which is a problem because then you have incidental contact of that bobbin winding tire with the rim of the balance wheel, and it creates unnecessary drag for the machine and unnecessary work for the motor. So that piece, that kickback spring is what it's called. The kickback spring on Julie's machine needed to be replaced as well. And in order to get some of those parts off that have not been off since 1948, I sometimes have to use my torch to loosen up that gunk and buildup in there that basically just has it fossilized in place with those threads. So my torch will heat it to right around probably about 1,000 to 1,200 degrees. So you have to be real careful, especially around painted surfaces. And now I'm using my power drill with a screwdriver attachment to break that free and to get it off. Takes a little bit extra time, but it's the only way we're gonna be able to get into this area right here to replace that broken kickback spring. And there you can see Mr. Bean kind of checking things out. He's curious, what are you doing? And then when I show him a good kickback spring versus a broken one, he's like, oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Notice he has his hands in his pockets, so he's a watcher, he's not a helper, like Herr Obermeister, or like Reggie, or the Singer Repairman, or Dr. Singer. You can see all the junk on here as well, adjacent to that bobbin winding tire. That's all combination of varnishing and rust that's on the inside of there. That has to be mitigated as well. See that? And we've got to get that piece out of there because we've got to replace it with a kickback spring that's not broken, so that Julie's bobbin winder assembly works properly. Give me just a second here. How about a fallen cowboy? We'll listen to that a little bit while we're watching some more of these pictures. Kind of dramatic music as we're replacing a broken, defeated, destroyed, dilapidated kickback spring. We've got it out of place. And we can see right here where it's snapped off. Fear not! We will save you from your certain death. Step by step, we make things as they should be, so that the cowboy can ride again. That's the name of the song. It's nothing to do with what we're watching. Doesn't that look better? Remember how that looked in the previous shot? Before, after. That's the workshop difference, folks. That's the workshop difference. How does that look? That's where the bobbin tire would be mounted. And all of that has to be dirt-free, grease-free, oil-free, so that it has proper traction on that balance wheel rim to wind the bobbin evenly and without slippage. That's not going to happen when it's like this. It's not going to happen. You see all the buildup and the filth on there. That should be silver right there. That's the way it should look. So what I'm holding in my hand there is the original kickback spring, which is this piece and this piece that snapped, and then a brand new kickback spring right up here on the top. The Singer repairman was looking on and he said, "Hey, can I look at that too?" I said, "Of course you can." He was like, "I see exactly why we needed to replace it. This one is good. This one is busted." So I've got the brand new kickback spring installed now correctly in this housing. I've got the old bobbin winding tire in the back there as a contrast. And now we're back full circle to the opening shot of what we started with. So I'm going to close this set of pictures. And this will be the next one that we look at with Dr. Singer and the two bobbin winding tires after we do another sew-off. So that was a fallen cowboy. That was kind of dramatic, wasn't it? So our next one is going to be called Roundup. Well, no, we already heard that one. Roundup on the Prairie. Didn't we already do that one? Maybe that's a similar one. So Roundup on the Prairie is our next one. I'll turn the music way down and we'll listen to this one. And I'll turn my light back on. I always shut that off, otherwise the reflection on my computer screen, you can see me instead of seeing what I'm wanting you to focus on. Doesn't this machine just look so much happier though than it did before? Yeah, much, much happier. All right, let me zoom in on that. We're going to get ready to sew. I can see that I'm all set already. Look at that. I'll have to fix that. Tighten it up a little bit. It's moving around. Yeah, 'cause that's already crooked. It's going to set me up for failure. Or for showing the nap, depending on how you look at it. All right, so let's set this up for success, not failure. There we go. That looks a little bit better. That way I won't be as crooked when I get done. I'll probably still be a little bit crooked. All right, so 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Let's see how this 201-2 manages this task as I try to sew as straight as I possibly can. Don't bet the farm on it, folks. We'll give it a go. Here we go. Here we go. Jiminy crickets. What happened? I actually did it. Hooray! Eureka! Maybe that's the key, huh? Maybe that's the key. The music that we were playing has to be the secret. Roundup on the Prairie. Every time I want to sew straight, we have to put on Roundup on the Prairie. That'll get it, John. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nice. The other thing I did not mention, kind of while we're focused on this area a little bit, the other thing I did not mention is that when you're putting the bobbin into the 201-2, which is a drop-in bobbin, kind of see it right there, off to the side, kind of opening that little door. As you drop the bobbin in, you're going to want to have the thread coming underneath the bottom of it. So when you put it in, you'll have the thread. Let me show you with this one. You'll have the thread like this. See that? So that as it's turning, it's going to be turning clockwise. Okay? Set it up that way and you'll have success. Set it up another way and you will not have success. We're getting pretty low on our bobbin thread too. I'm glad I wound that to get us ready, because we have a number of sew-offs yet to do. All right, let me get my display holder and we'll take a look at these stitches through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. There we go. And I know I have it upside down, but it's so we can see it a little bit easier. A little bit easier. So the next one is called Bluest and Abused. I'm not making that up. Yeah. Yeah. Shebang-a-do, This is groovy stuff, man. And more groovy than my snapping my fingers. Take a look at the stitches now. Hey! Page 34 plus. Those are page 34 plus. And because of the way I positioned it upside down, look at that edge to give you an idea of what 2 layers of protected full grain leather looks like. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at these stitches. Ouch, look at that. That is the thick of thick. Here we go. Wow. Wow! Unbelievable. Pause. 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 Unbelievable. Amazing. Oh, amazing. Julie, look at what your machine did. Gold medal, baby. Gold medal. Yeah. Totality of the stitching. What can I say? I won't even say anything. I'm going to snap. Yeah. Woo! Beautiful stitching. Let's look at that lock stitch. But before I do that, let me turn it towards the camera so you can see the thickness of what 2 layers of protective full grain leather looks like. Folks, that is crazy. That is not even household sewing. That is a new level. That is the Sewing Olympics is what that is. Let's turn that around and look at that lock stitch. Let's turn that around and look at that lock stitch. Boy, I like that song. Didn't you enjoy that song? That was fun. That was fun. That was grooving. That was grooving. I'm going to groove again right now. Yeah, I am. Yeah, baby. Totality of the stitching. This is our lock stitch, folks. This is our lock stitch. I said it. Yeah, I did. Let's look at those stitches closer up. Through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Oh my goodness gravy. Yeah, let me change that shot again. I want to catch that upper edge. Look at that. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Page 34 plus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 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 yeah. Amazing. Amazing. That's a definite pass. We are still going to get that gold medal if we keep like this. And look at it again from the side, folks. Look at it from the side. Ah, come in focus, you silly camera. We got the harmonica going and everything. Unbelievable. All right, we won't push our camera too hard. Unbelievable. Wow. I'm going to throw that to the back and let's take a quick look at our sew-off sandwich that is beginning to mount. It's a mounting. It's a mounting. It's a mounting. All right. And all we've been sewing is leather. I realize that. But that's what Julie is wanting to focus on. So this is the sew-off sandwich that we've done so far on this live premiere so far. It's not huge. Not yet. It's not huge. So between our elk hide, our protected full grain leather, our Italian leather, our, did I say elk hide already? Elk hide protected full grain leather, Italian leather. We did 2 different sew-offs with Italian leather. That's intense, folks. That's intense. And if we add the sew-offs that we did on this needle as well off camera, we bring them together. These are the ones I did off camera. See those? We're now going to marry them together because this was all done on Julie's machine and specifically done on the needle that we are using as we speak. This is a growing sew-off sandwich. We're not at the mountain phase yet. Where else would you see, other than on this channel, a machine put to this level of testing in order to graduate from the classroom? I mean, in all seriousness. So let's put that in the back, and we will continue our process of testing this incredible 201-2. Test, test, test. Double test. As opposed to high test, like gas. High test gas, yeah. I'm not going to do that. No high test gas. So that was Blues and Abused. And now we have Blues Infusion. Blues Infusion. And I think it's time to do a little bit of bubblegum material, and then we'll pop over to Facebook again for some more progress shots. Here we go. After I turn the volume down a wee bit. There we go. So this is the bubblegum material that I talk about all the time, even in my sleep. Why do I call it bubblegum material? Why do I call it bubblegum material? Yeah. 'Cause it's really stretchy like bubblegum. Oops, see? You can lose an eye with this. Kids, don't try this at home. Put on safety goggles. And this stuff has a high concentration of vinyl in it, which tells you straight away it is going to be a challenge to sew straight. That's my disclaimer. Yes, it is. All right, let's try to get this into position and see how Julie's machine does in managing this bubblegum material, which is a high concentration of vinyl. Yeah, it is. All right, we'll see how we do. This stuff is tricky. It messes with everything. All right, here we go. Jiminy crickets. I sewed almost straight again. This could become a habit. Aristotle. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act. It's a habit. I'm forming habits right now. This is cool. And it's all because of this jazzy organ music. Yes, it is. Jazzy organ music. Now the music has stopped. Yeah. Yeah, I just cut one of my stitches. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let me get my stitch off holder. And again, we just sewed 2 layers of bubblegum material. Let's see how we did. Let's see how we... Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see how we did. All right, stay right there. Stay. Stay. I will give you a treat if you don't move. Blues Infusion. Now we're going to listen to The Dismal Hand. The Dismal Hand. No idea what that means, but it's dismal. Oh my goodness. Let's zoom in on this puppy. Pause right there. What are you seeing? Yeah, me too. Page 34, stitching. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, the glory of the stitch, the gonzo beans of the stitch. It's spot on. Let's go across this. That's where I cut my stitch there. Ignore that. Ignore that. Look the other way. That's not a loose stitch. I cut it so nothing's holding it. Yeah. Okay. Back the other way. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. And on this incredibly intense bubblegum material, which is really, really high in vinyl. It's high in nylons. No, it's high in vinyl is what it is. So incredibly prone to creating skip stitches, distorted stitches, and yet look at what we delivered with Julie's machine. That, folks, is page 34. Plus. Thanks, Dr. Singer. That was Dr. Singer with a plus. Yeah, okay. Let's turn it over and look at the lock switch. But first of all, let me turn it towards the camera so you can see what 2 layers of bubblegum material looks like. It's probably about 3 to 4 millimeters thick. All right, let's turn around and look at that lock stitch. The lock stitch right away is going to make it evident how well Julie's machine managed a very, very tough sew-off. All right, stay right there. You'll get a treat. Stay right there. Don't move. Thank you. I think I have it angled correctly. Sort of. Oh, yeah. We're kind of like at the totality of the stitching. I didn't even plan that. So from what we can see at this point, and we're going to zoom in on it, obviously, but the totality of the stitching is showing a very, very nicely executed lock stitch. Again, the lock stitch is harder to form for the machine because it's having to pull that thread back up through these 2 very tricky layers of bubblegum material. High concentration of vinyl in this stuff. So it right away is going to resist, create a lot of friction, a lot of drag in being able to get that thread back through to define that lock stitch. And the lock stitch again is going to be controlled by the upper tension. The top stitch is going to be controlled by what's happening down in that bobbin case area, down in the raceway. So the top stitch is being defined by that bobbin case pulling down. The lock stitch is being defined by that upper tension pulling up. Does that make sense? If you're brand new to vintage or if you're brand new to this classroom, you might not have understood that, and you're in good company. I've talked to experienced seamstresses that do not understand or didn't understand initially the concept of how the tug of war works between the upper and the lower tension. So first of all, we're going to kind of freeze there real quick while I grab a drink and you have a chance to stare at these very beautiful stitches that I almost sewed straight. Yeah, pretty much. So that was the Dismal Hand. It almost sounds like it should be part of a Sherlock Holmes program, doesn't it? Now we have Folk Tap Heart. Folk Tap Heart. A little bit of lemonade. A little bit of lemonade. Kind of hits a spot. All right, let's move across these stitches on these 2 layers of bubblegum material. That one on the end is the one I cut. Yeah, ignore that. And you can see the backing on this stuff as well if I kind of take my hand off the camera right there. It's got almost a kind of a woven back to it, like you would be able to put some sort of a glue on this and tack it down, you know what I mean? So that in and of itself, the backing along with the high nylon concentration, the vinyl concentration. I can't get off of the nylons. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe Umi mentioned something about getting new nylons, and I'm like, okay, nylons, vinyl, blah, blah, blah. Vinyl, okay? So along with the woven back and the vinyl concentration in this material, it is a tricky material to sew. It really is. And yet Julie's 201-2 laid down brag-worthy stitching for this lock stitch. Absolutely spectacular. I'm going to zoom out, give us an opportunity to look at the totality of stitching again, which is absolutely spot on. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. Nothing loosey-goosey, just a nicely defined lock stitch. And if we were sewing a ton of this stuff, or if we were going to say step it up to 3 layers of bubblegum material, we would have to look at increasing that upper tension to make sure that we didn't lose the stitch presentation integrity on this lock stitch. We would have to bump up that upper tension, no doubt about it. But for right now, the machine is doing a brilliant job of managing a very, very tricky material with a high concentration of vinyl, not nylon, vinyl, not nylon, vinyl, not nylon, blah. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thanks, Dr. Singer, for holding up the cue card. Okay. Dream yourself smooth. Dream yourself smooth. I'm not making that up. That is one interesting title. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's throw this bubblegum material to the back. It's a definite pass. Beautiful top stitch. Page 34 plus. Beautiful lock stitch as well. Through a very tricky 2 layers of bubblegum material, which is high in concentration with what? Type it in the chat. You were paying attention. What does it have a very high concentration of that is prone to distort and cause skip stitching? Cause skip stitching and distort stitches. High concentration of what? All right, let's throw that in the pile in the back. And we will pop over to Facebook to look at another set of progress shots. So in this opening shot, just for a little bit of fun, I'm showing Dr. Singer with the old bobbin winding tire, obviously on the left, and the new one that we're going to replace it with on the right. And let me just say this, that if you went to a local sewing center, unless that thing falls off while it's in the shop, you're going to leave with the one on the left, not the one on the right. Guaranteed. Because it's still attached to the machine, it's not falling off. That's good enough for them. Alright, now I should have warned you about these shots coming up because it shows an electrical condition that is off the charts with Julie's 201-2. Now the area that we're looking at right now would be tucked behind the motor. You wouldn't see it. And yet that bare electrical wire that you can see right there on the left, the silver one, would be able to, as it's being pressed against the pillar, the back of the pillar by the motor housing, could easily make contact with the metal body of the machine and shock the person that is sewing. And that's how it looked. And as I started to use my dental tool to explore it a little bit, it just melted, like kind of like a turkey at Thanksgiving with the meat being so tender, it just started to peel away and expose more and more of that electrical wiring. I can't tell you how dangerous this was. I can't tell you how dangerous this was. And again, I hate to say it, but if you went to a sewing center, because this coming off the back of the motor was tucked between the pillar and the back of the motor, that sewing center would never have diagnosed this problem until the owner came back saying, when I'm trying to sew with this machine, I'm getting shocked. Then they might have found it, they might not have found it. They might have said, hey, why don't you just buy one of our new machines? They're only $3,000. Yeah, do that. Great idea. So here, the boys and I are continuing to begin to dig into this, and we're kind of bouncing back now to an area where we're looking at that bobbin winding assembly, that kickback spring, and just continuing to plug on things. I've said this before. I work on 2 or 3 things, sometimes 4 things, simultaneously. Just because of my level of experience, I can bounce around and work on things concurrently. Other folks, it would be a lot more confusing, a lot more difficult. So here I've got that bobbin winding assembly, also the mounting bolt. I'm using, it seems almost anal, but dirt is dirt and I don't like it. So what I'm using here is my dental tool to dig in between the groove of that bolt in part, so that as you are potentially taking that bolt in and out, you're less likely to have that screwdriver head skip off of it and either crack the bolt because metal gets brittle over time, or cause kind of a barb on it. If you've ever had that happen to you when you're turning a screw or a bolt and the screwdriver kind of slips, it'll actually chip or create a little barb of metal off of the groove area of that bolt or screw. And we don't want that to happen. You can see in the past it's gotten a little beat up already. Again, just dealing with any issues of dirt or varnishing. This is part of the assembly as well for the balance wheel. And this would be facing in, so again, out of sight, out of mind, but dirt migrates, and so we have to get rid of it. Kind of showing Dr. Singer, not Dr. Singer. I guess we could call the repairman Dr. Singer because of all of his experience, but here I'm showing the Singer repairman and Mr. Bean, part of that bobbin winding assembly, as we're getting rid of all of the buildup and getting it the way it's supposed to be. There's Dr. Singer, came into the picture. And again, they're just very interested in what I'm doing. Very interested in what I'm doing. And there is the bobbin winding assembly as it should be. Brand new kickback spring in there so that it's going to function as it was designed to do. Brand new bobbin winding tires so that it's going to function the way it's supposed to when you're winding a bobbin. And we're going to be reattaching it to the machine now. After we focus in on that well off of the motor, which is horrendous. Now we're kind of focused on, this is the recoil spring that's in here. There's actually a kickback spring in the assembly you saw, and then there's also a recoil spring in here as well. And those two springs work together in order to allow that bobbin winding assembly to function as it should. And there it looks like after I've cleaned that recoil spring area, I'm adding some lubricant to it, is what I'm doing. And when a kickback spring is getting seated properly, you sometimes have to carefully manipulate that extension, which is going to cause the return of that bobbin winding assembly when it's not engaged. And you don't want to have this part of the kickback spring too far out, otherwise it's going to cause undue pressure on it and cause it to break prematurely. So I'm kind of aligning it and adjusting it so that it's aligned properly with the assembly. Now we're focused on the good, bad, and the ugly. We're focused on that worm gear that's coming off of the motor in this recessed well area that has an unbelievable amount of buildup in it. And also, like I said, showed signs that it was superheating because the motor was working so hard to try to turn that worm gear and power the main shaft. Now we're starting to dig into it, start to break that stuff down. Let's put on Lonesome Avenue. So if you can look closely at this area that I've already cleaned, and in the outer edges, you'll see all the stuff that still needs to be mitigated. I'll zoom in on that a little bit. You see the difference? It's a very lengthy, tedious process. And that's why my service and deep cleaning is about 14 hours compared to what you would get at a local sewing center, 30 to 45 minutes. I've got a special solvent to break down the varnishing and the oil on that cotton swab, and I'm using a pair of tweezers to kind of wrap it around the inside of that to reach all those areas to soften that stuff so we can get it off. And that's what we're getting off right there. Now, I'm guessing that if I asked the average owner of a 201-2, do you want that stuff in your machine? They would say no. But then they would take it to their local sewing center where that sewing guy or gal is going to spend about 30 to 45 minutes on the machine, oiling certain parts, maybe taking the faceplate off, maybe not. But all of this stuff is going to remain when you leave after paying your bill of probably between $100 to $150. If you want excellence, send your machine to the workshop. If you want mediocrity, then you probably don't care if this stays in your machine anyway, right? How is that coming together? Look at the inside of that space now. You're starting to see a machine coming into form like it should. But there's more junk to get out of there. Even on the plugs that are on the bottom of the fill wells, look at that stuff. Again, if you don't clean those, and you clean all that area above, you're going to be putting a fresh oil, in a sense, or fresh grease in the machine without changing the filter. Because all that oil is going to be moving past these plugs that are on the bottom of the wells. Everything has to be addressed. Everything. Otherwise, you leave stuff like that behind that Mr. Bean is looking at on the end of that Q-tip swab right now. Those are clean plugs for the bottom of those fill wells. You see the difference from what they look like in that last shot? That's the equivalent of, that is the new filter as opposed to the old filter that it was. A busy workbench. Busy workbench, all kinds of things happening. And as those wells are flooded with fresh pink grease, my pink grease, it dislodges a lot of the buildup of the old crudded up grease that's trapped in those wells. And you'll see me plucking that stuff out. Not just adding fresh grease, but getting all the old stuff out like that, so that it doesn't contaminate all of the good work that we're doing. Because it surely will. It surely will. If you leave it in there, kind of like when we're cleaning worm gears, if you just slap new grease on top of old cruddy, disgusting type worm gears, it's going to contaminate the new stuff. Now there's more of the wiring you can see there. The wiring that has to be addressed for this motor. Because right now this motor is a fire hazard waiting to happen. You've got bare wires directly adjacent to the pillar, which is all metal, being pressed in by a motor that is all metal, and an operator that's going to be touching the different parts of the machine, potentially getting shocked. Not to mention the motor's not going to be able to function when it's in a condition like this. So I'm taking the entire motor assembly off. And right now I've got it backwards on the main shaft so that I can allow some of my areas to be more exposed so I can reach them. And also some of the wiring can be done more easily with it being on backwards temporarily. What do you think of that? This is a machine that Julie bought in good faith from a seller that probably told her, hey, good to go, fully serviced, fully restored. This is the rolling dice factor that you are faced with when you look at getting a machine from a source other than the workshop, when you look at going to Facebook Marketplace, when you look at going to Etsy or eBay or any of those other places. You're dealing with people that are not knowledgeable about vintage machines, but know that they can turn a quick buck. And you're going to pay the price for it, potentially by getting seriously injured if you're not as smart as Julie and sending it directly to the workshop before you use it, which is what she did. How does that look? That's all bare wires, folks. It's all bare wires. That is the unknown factor of buying a machine because you like to save money. I get it. You like to get a deal. I get it. But if you're going to save money and get a deal, be smart enough, like Julie, to have that seller send it directly to the workshop so I can discover things like this and address it and keep you safe. So you're not dealing with a machine where you're getting shocked off of it and not knowing why you're getting shocked because those wires are touching that pillar between the housing of the motor and the electricity is running through the motor from the motor to the machine housing. It's probably the worst that I've seen in a while. So now we're going to start to tear that motor apart and resolve that electrical issue. And I didn't show all the steps of that because I don't want somebody to try to copy me and potentially get hurt. So I did all the steps, which includes this new wiring and a motor that is now safe to operate so that Julie has the full benefit of the motor without all the risks that the old wiring was exposing her to potentially. And what I do with this little opening right here, if you look real closely where that wiring is going into the motor and connecting to the stators, is I also create a plug for that so that if that cord is somehow pulled on, it's not going to potentially cause any damage to the inside where it's wired. And I use a special oil-resistant epoxy to seal off that opening. It basically creates a permanent rubber boot and then also closes that off so that dirt can't get into there either. This is some of the other wiring that was connected to the zones over here. This was a lamp cord style connection, and again this was wired to go into a plug-in box rather than being direct wired, so all of this had to be taken off and rewired as well. And part of it was being held together by nothing other than electrical tape. Electrical tape, I've said this before, is not a permanent fix. Electrical tape is a temporary fix while you're holding wires together. But using a wiring nut or another connector that's permanent is the only way to connect wires. You never want to rely on electrical tape like this, especially when it's tucked between metal and metal, and you can't see if that tape starts to fail as it's exposed to the environmental elements and oil and everything else from the machine, where you could be having a risk that's beginning to mount. See, this is not good. And this is going to have continuous electricity because this is feeding into the light assembly. And the only thing holding those two wires together is electrical tape. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. So I've got to get all that electrical tape off, and then we're going to be wiring this machine as it should be. And if you have a 201-2 and you've never taken off this plug-in point on the side of your machine, this is your switch assembly right here. And that has to be wired in a special way so that that switch will work. It's gotta be wired between zones 1 and 3, which is normally where you would wire it, but then there's other wiring below that goes from this switch to another mounting point below. So just be aware, if you take it apart, watch what you're doing so that you can put it back together correctly and it'll work as it's intended to work. And based on the light we're getting, I did it right. Yay. And I believe that, in this shot, I think that's still the incandescent bulb. It's not the LED bulb. And all that extra wiring is because of the way it was set up. There's so much, my improvement to it is such a better thing, not only to give it a cleaner, less convoluted type setup, but also it's a lot safer too. Here we're digging into the foot controller. Again, you can't service a motor without servicing the foot controller. And whenever I'm putting on new leads like these and new wires, I always go to the extra step of insulating those connecting points inside of the foot controller that are out of view, and then also on the motor end as well. Because I've said it before, electricity is like a liquid of sorts. If you don't seal it off at these connecting points that are most highly charged, the electricity is going to leak, which could be hazardous, but it also will cause you to lose optimization in delivering the power through the motor, through the foot controller to the machine. And it's as simple as that. And then usually what I do is I hit that oil-resistant sealing epoxy. I hit it with my torch and cause it to cure almost instantaneously. See that? That way it's not a gooey mess that gets all over your fingers. Gets on my fingers anyway, but these are some of the wiring points that I've redone coming off of the foot controller, coming off of the motor. And these are not electrical tape. Notice that? These are the correct way to finish off the end of a wire that's going to be connected. Do it right or go home, right? So now we have rewired the motor. We've rewired the foot controller. And Mr. Bean is proudly posing with it, saying, "Hey, look at what I did." Yeah, we know the truth. You didn't do it, Mr. Bean. Otherwise there'd be smoke and fire. It's just a closer shot showing you the rewiring that we did. And Reggie, he's a cool dude. He jumped in there and wanted to hold the wires. And those are all the old wires right there that you see. Let me just put on some more music for us. Those are all the old wires right there, and you can just see, even looking at the chalkiness of this wire right here that would have been supplying the foot controller, it's getting to that brittle stage. That's what happens to this older style wiring over time. It gets really brittle and it becomes a hazard. So that all went into the garbage can. And that's the beginning, the point that we started right there. So I'm going to close this set of pictures. And the next set we'll look at after we do some more sewing is going to get pretty gross. So if you had a chili dog and root beer for lunch, you might want to take a Pepto-Bismol. Yeah. All right, let's head back over to the machine. What should we sew next? And I don't know that I prepared a lot of lightweight stuff today, if any. So I might need to do that straight away, maybe with some ribbon material. That 100% polyester ribbon material that I have sewn several times on this channel. Or I could cut a quick piece of, I want to do that. I'll cut a quick strip of 100% cotton. And this again was inspired by the pleasant persistence of my good friend Paula Noel, who reminded me that our quilters like to see this. So I said, cool, let's do that. I'll grab some of this ribbon material since I'm over here as well. Okay, so we're going to do this lightweight sewing. Now we've done a lot of heavy stuff. Now we're going to go light. We're going to go totally light. And we'll do this 100% cotton first. Just two super paper thin layers of this 100% cotton. And again, it's a little bit of a challenge to sew it with my current setup because I've got a huge needle. Again, a size 110. Which is a size 18, and then I've got this upholstery thread which is like size 89, and we're trying to sew through material that's almost like rice paper, and it's 100% cotton. So we will do our best in demonstrating this super light sew off, which I think is, it's important to be able to show the machine's ability to manage this as well. And Julie had asked me, she said, with that roller foot on, can I do regular sewing? The answer is absolutely. The only thing you lose with the roller foot is you lose some maneuverability. Again, it's a little bit harder to make turns with a roller foot because the roller foot is designed to really lock that course in that you're sewing on, and it's not really designed as a tool of navigation to be able to make turns. Okay, with all that blah blah blahing, let's lay down some stitches on this super light 100% cotton material. We're going to be piecing these two pieces together. Okay, here we go. You can just tell when you sew it with this upholstery thread, it's like, what? What? You did what? Oh yeah, I can see on this stuff, if we were sewing a bunch of this stuff, and most people are not going to be sewing two pieces, they're not going to be piecing two pieces of 100% cotton material together using upholstery thread or a size 18 needle. It doesn't make any sense. But if we were doing a ton of this stuff, we would want to look at bumping our upper tension up a little bit to define that lock stitch better. And I'll show you what I mean. Matter of fact, we might sew down it again. I'll temporarily bump up my upper tension, and then we'll look at the two stitch lines comparatively. Yeah, we could do that right now, as a matter of fact. Let's do that right now. Again, I just have to check to make sure I've got the roller foot on there all the way. Okay, so I'm going to make a slight adjustment on our upper tension. Again, just by nature of the upholstery thread, we're not going to be able to get it exactly the way I want it because the thread is just too heavy for a material as light as this. It's just, they're incompatible. But we're going to see if we can improve on what we did just slightly. So right now I'm just a little bit over 6. I'm going to bring us up to a little bit over 7 temporarily. And then we'll look at the two stitch lines comparatively. Again, it's not going to be exactly the way I want it, but I think we can improve on it. So let's go ahead and buzz down this one more time. and then we'll take a look at these two stitch lines together. Okay, here we go. You see how that stuff curls? Can you kind of see that in the shot? I've got my screen the other way. Because that thread is just so heavy and so dense, it just weighs that material down and kind of causes it to like curl. It's causing it to curl. It's curling. Okay, so let me pull that out. Should also take a peek at my bobbin too to see how much thread I have left on my bobbin. Yeah, we're good for a couple more sew-offs probably. All right, so I'm going to give these a clip, and then we'll set this up on the stitch off holder, and we'll take a look at these. Again, using upholstery thread with 100% cotton, it's just it don't make no sense. We'll give it a go. Take a look at it. All right, I'm going to have to balance my shears against there, I think. See that thread is just so heavy on it. It just see that? It's just kind of curling. All right, I might just have to walk this past the camera. I think I will. Yeah, it's just it's not going to be practical. Oh, let me back off my upper tension too before I forget. Okay, so these are our two stitch rows. Let me put some more music on. I'm going to show you our two stitch rows. We're going to be looking at that top stitch first, and then we're going to flip it over and look at that lock stitch. But even sewing with upholstery thread and a huge harpoon style needle on 100% cotton, Julie's machine still managed it beautifully. Okay, so we did Lonesome Avenue, and now we're going to listen to Going, Going, Gone. Turn the volume way back. Going, Going, Gone. Okay, so again, 100% cotton. Let's take a look at these stitches, which are absolutely amazing. They truly are. Something as lightweight as this, laying down stitching like this with upholstery thread and a size 18 needle. Gorgeous top stitching. See, it goes to show you, if you have a machine running at the top of its game in the Sewing Olympics, it's going to be able to do the impossible, which is what we just did. So I'm going to give that a page 34 for sure. And now we're going to flip it around and look at that lock stitch. And I'm also pleased with the lock stitch, but I did tweak it a little bit. The bottom row is the second row that we sewed. The top row is the first one. So let me walk it past the camera. You can kind of look at the two of them comparatively. Again, our goal was to give a little bit more definition to that lock stitch. And my slight adjustment on the upper tension definitely accomplished that. I'm very pleased. Especially considering we're sewing two super thin layers of 100% cotton using upholstery thread. That's crazy. Absolutely spectacular. And the bottom row again was our second one, I believe, about 80% sure. Well, you can see them both regardless. I'll kind of pause there for a second. And you just see by the crinkling of this 100% cotton material, these two super thin layers. I mean, this thread is just overwhelming it. It's just literally overwhelming it. And yet Julie's 201-2 managed the task just brilliantly, just brilliantly. Yeah, I'm looking at the camera over my shoulder now, and that bottom row is the second one we sewed. You can just see it by the stitch definition having a little bit more clarity. Just a little bit more clarity. So I'm going to give this a definite pass. This was a very tough stitch off for this machine. In particular the lock stitch, but the top stitch as well. Size 89 upholstery thread, size 18 needle, 2 paper thin layers of 100% cotton, and Julie's machine just did a bang off job. Just did fabulous. Just a fabulous job. Absolutely amazing. I'm impressed. Very impressed. We are definitely going to get that gold medal, I think. We are definitely going to get that gold medal. Okay. That was my shot. I have to adjust it a little bit. Let's do one more sew off and then we'll pop over to Facebook again for some progress shots. Needless to say, this was a very, very extensive project. Very extensive. See how the camera keeps moving? It's like, hey, I'm not done yet. Okay. What can we sew off on next? I think we'll pop over to the other side. We've got a couple more leather sew-offs that we could do, but we're going to pop over to some of our commercial upholstery material, I think, next. I think we'll pop over to that next. So this, if you haven't seen this before on this channel, this is commercial upholstery material. It's specially designed to be set up in areas that are high traffic. Davenports, couches, chairs, whatever you're going to be putting it on, so that it'll stand up against traffic and wear and not be compromised. So just a single layer of this stuff would really be a sufficient test for a lot of machines, not for one of mine. So we're going to be going through 6 layers of this with our harpoon needle and our upholstery thread. So I've got 2 layers right now. I'm going to go ahead and fold it in half and get us up to 4 layers. And you'll notice as well that I folded it so that I've got the lighter, the darker side, I should say, facing out, so that we're going to be able to hopefully see the stitching a little bit easier. So I'm going to fold it in the middle, get us up to 4 layers, fold it one more time, and get us all the way up to 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. Folks, even upholsterers would say to you, there's no way in God's green earth that I would ever be sewing 6 layers of upholstery material. But any machine that can do it, those upholsterers would bow. They would be like, wow, that's amazing. And Julie's machine is about to take this task on of 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. You want to talk about thickness? We're looking at almost 10 millimeters of thickness. It's right around 8.5. Gives you an idea of the intensity of the sew-off that we're about to do. Absolutely insane. I hope I can fit it underneath the presser foot. Because when you're using a roller foot, you lose just a little bit of clearance. You lose a little bit of clearance. Yeah, that is really snug on there. That is really snug. We'll give it our best shot. But I'm going to have to bump up that presser foot pressure even higher than it already is to be able to manage this sew off. We're going to have to go up even higher. Okay, let's get some music on softly to calm my spirit. We just listened to Going, Going, Gone. This is interesting. Now we're going to do Mary Had a Little Lamb vocal. Apparently there's harmonica in this because it came up in the search. Here we go. Let me turn that down a little bit more. Yeah, I can hear the harmonica. All right, folks. A new level of crazy. 6 layers of upholstery material, commercial grade upholstery material. Let's see how Julie's machine does. Let's see if we can hang on to that gold medal. This is gold medal testing right here. Here we go. Hold your breath. Keep your fingers crossed and your toes. Wow. Holy mackerel. No way. No way. Jiminy crickets. Julie, this machine, I mean, I know what I put into it, and you can see that in the progress shots, but this is even knocking my socks off. How easily your Rolls Royce of singers is getting the job done. Unbelievable. Wow. All right, let's look at that top stitch first, and then we'll flip it over and look at the lock stitch. Let me just point it towards the camera. Look at that. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material, folks. You're not going to see that anywhere else on the internet. Only on this channel. The Sewing Olympics. The Sewing Olympics. I have got that so precariously balanced because the bottom piece is kind of beveling it up a little bit, kind of tilting it. All right, hopefully it doesn't fall. If it does, we'll pick it back up. All right, let's zoom in on this because this is intense stuff and it just sucks those stitches in. And look at the material by itself. Let me move over a little bit. Look at the material by itself. You can just look at that woven look. It just, I mean, it looks like Kevlar. It looks like we're sewing Kevlar right now, which when you get to the commercial level of upholstery material, you almost are at a Kevlar level. I mean, I don't need to say it. You can see it. You can see it in the shot. Look at that stuff. See what I'm saying? So now let's go down and look at these stitches and see how Julie's machine did in managing a sew-off of this level. This is not household sewing, folks. Nowhere near it. This is light industrial, almost commercial level sewing. When you get to this level, 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. Folks, that is unmistakably a page 34 stitch. Pause right there. Pause right there. Pause right there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just, I mean, it's believable because we just saw it. Look at, if I go to totality stitching, good luck, buddy, good luck. We'll go to right about there for totality stitching. Folks, that is just a gorgeous looking stitch. And again, we're talking about a needle that has already sewn a ton of sew-offs on camera, off camera. And yet it's laying down page 34 stitching through this many layers of commercial upholstery material. It's insane. I'm going to turn it over, but as I turn it over, I'm going to lean it towards you. Look at that again. Almost 10 millimeters of material that we just went through, commercial grade. Let's turn it around and look at that lock stitch. Turn too far. There we go. Put on some more music. So that was interesting. I mean, you don't normally expect Mary Had a Little Lamb to be coming up under harmonica music, but there you go. Holy mackerel, and they have a second version. It's, instead of the guy singing, it's all instrumental. Let's listen to that one too. Only instrumental, so you can sing instead of listening to the guy. How's that work? The little lamb, little lamb, Mary had a little lamb. His wool was light as snow. I haven't sung this in a while. All right, if you got kids or grandkids in the room, jump in. Help us out, would you? Folks, page 34 lock stitch right there. Look at it. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, its wool was white as snow. But Mary went, Mary went, Mary went. All right, kids, it's up to you now. You carry the song. Folks, those are absolutely gorgeous stitches. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Folks, I'm just going to call it right about there. Page 34. Matter of fact, I'll give that a plus. Yeah, I will. All right, let's throw our commercial upholstery material to the back, and I'm going to grab our sew-off sandwich and show you what we got going on so far. Again, if anyone wonders why am I so devoted to Schmetz, it's because you can put it through. You can put a needle through abuse, and it still says, "I gotcha, I gotcha." Right there, folks. Shebang. Shebang. Shaboo. Shebang. Shebang. Folks, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And you can see again the level of testing that I put a machine through before it has the right to graduate, or before it gets a gold medal in the sewing Olympics. Either one, whichever comes first. You're not going to see it anywhere else, folks. This is the real deal. This is putting a machine through the paces with the possibility of success or failure. And usually with failure, it's a matter of making some corrective actions, some changes, as you've seen me do during premieres, so that that machine can still succeed. But I'll tell you one thing, the paces that we're putting this machine through, wow, wow! All right, so I am going to go back up to the top, put on, what else can we type in? I've got harmonica, we've listened to that. How about violin? Let's do violin. Violin. Oh, this is a favorite of mine too. It's a great hymn called Leaning on the Everlasting Arms. Let's put that on. And then we're going to look at another group of Facebook shots. Let me just check the volume real quick. Okay. All right, let's look at some more Facebook progress shots and be amazed at where Julie's machine started and where it is now. What do you think? Is that optimized? No, it's not. That's downright scary is what that is. That's not optimized. And that is one of the most critical parts on the machine. It's the worm gears coming off of the rear bottom main shaft feeding into the raceway area. How is that thing going to do its job when it's like that? There's just no way. There's no way it's going to be able to do its job. And that's just a totally unrelated photo right there, where I'm just wiping off some of the paint patina and just getting layer upon layer upon layer. And I'm sure Julie will be able to do more cleaning on it when she gets the machine back in Indiana. But I wanted to at least bring it back to a state where it's presentable. And that's just some of the stuff that was on the paint. There we're obviously looking at the end of the machine. The motor assembly and everything is still off at that point, and I'm cleaning all the surfaces that otherwise are concealed underneath that motor assembly. You see all that varnishing? And again, you would never see that, but I know it's there. And if I see it, it's gone. It's history. Because it'll have an opportunity to migrate into that motor well where my fresh, brand new, beautiful pink grease is, and it'll contaminate it unless I get rid of it. Not to mention, if anyone else in the future ever has to take off that motor assembly, if I don't clean off this varnishing, it's going to be like cement and glue when I compress that back on with the bolts, and someone will have a heck of a time getting it off as I did, where I could make it easier for them. Although I'm guessing Julie won't let anyone else touch the machine other than me, so I'm setting myself up for success. Doesn't that look better? That's the after. The before. The before, the after. That's impact, folks. That's impact. That's what the workshop is all about, is impact. Next one is argon, or ergon. And yet, even after all that cleaning, I can go over that metal with other solutions that I use, and I can wick out and pull out even more filth. Even more filth. Look at that. Someone else would have looked at that surface kind of like you did, like, wow, it's perfect. And yet when you go over it more with the proper solutions, most of these solutions are things that I've developed, it wicks out even more junk from the metal. There's our motor, and I'm giving myself a reward, a piece of double bubble. In fact, I'm going to grab one right now. Piece of double bubble. Nothing better than that. No, I didn't leave it on the machine when I reinstalled everything. I took it off and... Yeah, don't worry, Julie, the gum isn't in there. It's not in there. Look at that. That's as it should be. And those are part of the outside wraps of the stack lamentations. And I'm also getting that area cleaned as well, and ridding of it all the buildup so that that area doesn't also serve as a source of contaminating the motor once the motor is mounted back on and closed up. Again, that cap is going to go over this, so it's going to trap all that dirt in there unless you get rid of it. And that's part of the side of the bobbin winding assembly. Well, remember where we replaced that kickback spring? That was the condition of it before it was cleaned. All of that junk on there. I thought we already saw that, but maybe I'm mistaken. In the sweet by and by. Doesn't that look better? And again, that's going to be something that most people would never see because it's pressed against the body of the machine when that motor is assembled to the machine again, reattached. Surgical level, folks. There you can just catch a little glimpse of that fresh grease after that entire well area was cleaned. All clean, new kickback spring, new bobbin winding tire, fresh grease, all the other junk cleaned out, so that that motor doesn't have to work so hard to turn that machine over. And this is just as critical of a part right here. This is the balance wheel, And this is that interlacing Teflon gear that I talked about that is designed to flex back and forth so that when that metal worm gear off of the motor is engaged, it doesn't strip or damage this Teflon interlacing worm gear. This worm gear will flex and allow that power to be distributed evenly. But that requires a lot of servicing in there too. A lot of servicing. Like that. Isn't that gross? It almost looks like, I hate to say it, but it almost looks like snot. It looks like really, really bad snot. Now we're going to hear the Colonial. We've heard this one before. And I hate to be a broken record, but guess what? You go to a local sewing center, you're going to be dropping off your machine, and when you pick up your machine, you're going to be getting your snot back with it, because they're not going to clean this off. And it's going to create drag, and your machine is going to leave there not optimized. But your checkbook from writing a check to them will be optimized for them. How's that look? Before? That's the before. After. Now we're going to be joining this back up so that those gears can be interlaced and the machine will be getting closer to be ready for this premiere. But everything is clean now as we're bringing it back together, so we're not cleaning one area, not cleaning another, and then cross-contaminating those areas. That's the wrong way to do it. We do it the right way. Outside of the balance wheel, cleaning that up a little bit as well. Stop action clutch, retainer. Doesn't that look better? Not only looks better, but it's going to function better as well, because all of that feeds into the main shaft, and if you leave junk on there, it's going to slow the machine down. Oh yeah, I can see myself. Doesn't that look beautiful? Not to mention it's going to function better too. It's going to function a whole lot better. Remember how junked up that was behind the light? We're going after that now. Look at that. Up here. Before. After. And obviously I'm showing you the old incandescent bulb on the left, the new LED bulb on the right, and we are going to go with the new one. Give Julie lots of great lighting and a lot less heat. Here we're starting to pull out the upper tension, and we're going to be going after the upper tension next, I believe. And I've said it before, you can clean the upper tension assembly. This would never be done, by the way, at a sewing center. They wouldn't have time to do it. Just cleaning the upper tension properly takes about a half an hour. That would be their entire service then. And they wouldn't be able to do anything else to the machine. But there's a lot of parts around here that have to be removed and cleaned, and also that well itself that the upper tension inserts into. You can't leave any of that to chance, or you leave stuff like that right there behind. That's going to end up creating a contamination source all over again for the upper tension, assuming that you take the upper tension apart and clean it properly. Again, anyone that reads those Facebook marketplace group posts where they say just swab something between the discs, that's enough, you're going to see some of the stuff that's never ever going to be touched by an approach like that. That's a horrible approach, quite honestly. There you can just see a little bit deeper into the well, all the dirt and buildup and all the filth in there, that if you leave it, it's going to contaminate your upper tension if you clean it and stick it back in that dirty space. So we're going after it, step by step by step. And this is paint, where the original person that painted the machine obviously did some overspray. That should actually be cleaned off. And I think I attempt to clean it off a little bit, but I don't try to clean all the paint off because the paint's not going to do any harm. Now we're back over by that bobbin winding spool pin adjacent to the serial number plate. And you can see all that sticky blah, 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 whatever that stuff is. We're starting to go after that now and try to get all that cleaned up as well. So think of this as the before. I'm going to put on some more music and then we'll see the after. The next one is called Future King of Heaven. We've heard this before. So there's the before. There's the after. Yeah, they look different. A little bit. Before. After. Now we're over near the feed dogs. And unlike a service center that would, number one, they would never take this cover off to even see the feed dogs like this, and to clean up that area to the right. But it's also going to give you an opportunity to check things as well. Feed dogs can loosen over time. They can also get misaligned. And that's also part of the process too. Now look at all the stuff underneath where I just removed the feed dogs. If I didn't go to the extra step to do that, I just brush the feed dogs off and then put the covers back on, all of that stuff would be there. And it's a source to contaminate that area all over again. Now we're starting to go after it, break it down. Step by step by step, hour after hour after hour after hour. How's that starting to look now? It's starting to come together, isn't it? And that's the brain center for the sewing machine, that hook and shuttle area, so that has to be cleaned. Otherwise, the stitch quality and the way the machine can function is never going to be at an optimal level. That's the way it should look. Doesn't that look, I mean, that's night and day, isn't it? It's obvious. It's obvious how far that machine has been taken when you see something like that. And that's the brain center. It's got to be like that. And yet, even after getting it to that level, I can go over it again and still get more stuff off of it using my special solutions. You can see that on the Q-tip swab. It's evident. With a rose in your teeth. I don't think you'll forget that title either. Now that is literally just below this area. It's right underneath this area that we're going to look at next. And those worm gears right there, I think this is our starting point, but it's a great way to wrap this up. Those worm gears, the way they are right now, there's no cushion, metal is slamming into metal, and there's so much drag on there because of all that buildup and the condition of that space, that motor is having to work 2.5 to 3 times harder to try to turn that main shaft and that lower shaft to power this raceway to try to get the machine to be able to sew. You can't imagine how much drag is on there because of all that junk. And we've gone full circle. Yep. So I'm going to close that set of pictures. We're going to go back and do a little bit more sewing, and then we just have one more set of photos to wrap up the premiere after that. This again is the one we're listening to is called With a Rose in Your Teeth. With a Rose in Your Teeth. All right, let's go back to the machine. should we sew off on next? I think we will do some of the dreaded compressed felt. What do you think? Let's do some of this compressed felt. We're going to do 3 layers of it. Actually, you know what? I think I'll do 2 layers. I think I'll do 2 layers of this. As much as I put this needle through already, I don't want to potentially, even with a size 110, I don't want to potentially bend it or damage it going through more than 2 layers of this compressed felt right now. We'll drop that presser foot down, and we're going to try to go down and around on this. We'll try to go down and around on this. The next one is called Joyride. Joyride. All right, let's go for a joyride around this compressed felt. Here we go. Well, maybe I won't go down and around. Maybe I won't. And also, what I did real quick off camera right now is I was looking at this this stitch output. I'm seeing a little bit underserved top stitch. So what I did is I backed off the upper tension just slightly to give a little bit more victory back to that bobbin case that's trying to pull down and define that top stitch. So you may see a slight variation in how the stitches present as we go down this last stitch row. All right, here we go. Yep, that was the right thing to do. I'll show you what I mean. I want to do a spot check on my bobbin real quick too to see how we're holding on. Oh, we are really low. We are really, really low. We might just barely be able to squeak out all of our stitch offs on this one bobbin. But again, when you're dealing with upholstery thread, it takes up so much more space on that bobbin that you can't go as far. You can't run it as far. It all comes down to volume on the bobbin. Yep, that was definitely the right thing to do. Let me show you this. And this is again where when you go through a diverse field of materials and you're using upholstery thread and a size 18 needle, you might end up having to do some tweaks, as I just did spontaneously there, so that you can try to maintain stitch integrity. By going through an Olympics like this, I mean, it is the Olympics, literally. And what I'm seeing straight away as we look at this point right here, and again, these are both these rows are obviously our top stitch. Hello. So I shouldn't have to explain the obvious sometimes. It's kind of silly, but when you're on camera you sometimes just ramble. So what I did, and I think I have it orientated correctly, what I did is I bumped down our upper tension just slightly so that our bobbin case again would define this a little bit better. So let's start on this end and we'll see if we can see which row I did that to. I think it actually might be the top row. They're both looking really good, especially for a material like this. So 2 layers of compressed felt. The stitch spacing, the stitch formation, the stitch integrity. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a top row. You see that top row compared to the bottom row? The bottom row was struggling a little bit. It was struggling because the upper tension was just pulling too hard, and it wasn't allowing that top stitch to be defined. The bobbin case was pulling down for all it was worth to try to define that top stitch on that bottom row, but it wasn't able to do it. It just couldn't. So I backed off that upper tension, gave some of that victory back to the bobbin case, and look at the impact that we brought. The bottom row was before the adjustment was made. The top row was after the adjustment was made. And it was only a very subtle adjustment, very, very subtle. But look at the impact that we brought. See that? It's significant. It's significant. So totality of the stitching, both rows are passable. But I would say after we made that modest adjustment for that top row, I would have to say that that's going to be a page 34. So very pleased when problems are that easy to fix. And as you're sewing, if you're paying attention, you can make that adjustment midstream and bring a great result. And it makes you happy. Kind of like this next song that's called Fun House. Fun House. So let's flip it over now and look at that lock stitch. But as I get ready to do that, I'm also going to tilt it towards the camera and give you an opportunity to see the thickness again of just 2 layers of this compressed felt. Just 2 layers. And this again is not the felt you used when you were back in school, trust me. So we're going to turn around now and look at that lock stitch and see what we think of that. And the lock stitch was not underserved during the sew off of the top and the bottom row. So we should have a solid page 34 lock stitch all the way around. Absolutely, as it should be. And again, the lock stitch is always the tougher of the two to do. Look at even that end row. It just says, hey, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful lock stitch. Page 34 plus, without a doubt. Totality of the stitching. Folks, sewing through a material like this, compressed felt, it doesn't get any better than that. It's a definite pass. I'm going to move it to the back. And we're going to move on to our next stitch off before we pop over to Facebook for the final time to look at those progress shots. And again, I have to encourage you, I know you love to see the machine sew, but you wouldn't see the machine sewing at this level with this degree of ease, going through such a wide scope of materials, if that process wasn't what it was. And it's important that you see at least portions of that process so you can go, oh, okay, I see the difference. I see why taking it to the workshop is, I mean, it's just common sense. Getting it to the workshop so I can have that level of servicing makes so much more sense than paying almost the equivalent to a local service center and getting a fraction of the service. You're not going to get anywhere near the service going to a local sewing center. Again, I love to support local sewing centers, but the reality is if you don't want mediocrity, there's only one choice. There's only one choice. Well, let's go totally light. Since I cut this 100% polyester ribbon material, let's sew it. And again, it's going to be a little bit awkward on such a light material like this, just like the 100% cotton. It's going to be a little bit awkward because the thread is just overwhelming it. It's just absolutely overwhelming it. Material like this is not designed to be sewn with size 89 upholstery thread. It just isn't. But we're going to do it anyway because it's fun. Let's zoom in on that needle. Okay, this will be our last light sew off. Our last light sew off. Oh, I cut this really short. I wanted to stitch two pieces together. I'm going to have to do a real short sew off. Look at that. That's going to be a stubby one. That's okay. So let's go down and around on this. And I'm going to leave the stitch upper tension pretty much where we have it. So we may have to tweak it midstream. I'll kind of monitor it a little bit. Okay, down and around with this super lightweight 100% polyester ribbon material. Here we go. Just going to try to get a grip on it so I can guide it a little bit. Stuff is just curling. I don't know if you can see that in the shot or not. It's just curling. It's that heavy thread is hitting it. It's like just overwhelming it. Just absolutely overwhelming it. All right, down to the finish. And I am not going to close the box. Yeah, I'm not going to. I could probably bump that upper tension up just slightly, but I'm going to leave it the way it is. I think we have a fairly good balance considering we're using upholstery thread on 100% polyester rice paper ribbon stuff thingy. You know what I'm saying. Here we go. Yeah, this stuff just curls over. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we are real close to running out of bobbin thread because of that upholstery thread taking up so much space. Yeah, we're going to push it a little bit further. That is some beautiful stitching. Considering upholstery thread on 100% polyester ribbon material, that's crazy how well that machine is managing that. How well this Rolls-Royce of Singers is managing that. Just spectacular. Okay, so let me do this. I think I'm going to walk it past the camera. We go a little bit tighter. That might be too tight. We'll give it a try. Let me see how that lines up. No, I think that'll work. Okay, now truth be told, how did I feed that through? It was like that, so I think this would be our, well, I have no idea. We'll look at these. I think this is top stitch. I'm pretty sure, sort of, kind of. It'll come out a little bit wider. Folks, those are some gorgeous stitches. Again, upholstery. You still cut the top off. There we go. Upholstery thread on material that is not designed to be sewn with upholstery thread. It just isn't. Let me bring that forward a little bit. There we go. So you can almost see that completely in that shot right there. Beautiful stitching, stitch formation, stitch spacing, stitch integrity is just exactly as it should be. Gorgeous stitching. A little bit hard to see that white on pink. Not horrible. But that is definitely page 34 stitching. I'm going to turn it over and we'll look at that other side. I believe this is going to be our lock stitch. It's got kind of a quilted, crinkly look to it, as that heavy thread is just overwhelming this material. Let me see if I can lean that against there for this to make it a little bit more easy for us to see it. We'll zoom in on that and take a look at that. Yeah, that's beautiful stitching too, now that I'm seeing it through the camera. Absolutely gorgeous. You see how it crinkles like that because the thread is so heavy in relation to the material? They really are incompatible. But it's a lot of fun, isn't it? Push the boundaries. Folks, I'm going to give that a page 34, both for the top and the lock stitch. It's absolutely as it should be. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Go right about there, lock it in. So again, that's our lock. This is our top stitch. I'll have to look through the camera to see if I've got it lined up even remotely close. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant, looks good. So yeah, I mean, a definite pass. We definitely are still working towards that gold medal. Doing a stitch off like this, 100% polyester, paper thin, with heavy upholstery thread, and the machine still was able to manage it effectively. Julie, this machine is wow. Wow! Let's take a look at that sew-off sandwich real quick. What do you think? Are we the real deal or what? On camera, off camera. Nowhere else, folks, I'll say it again, nowhere else on the internet will you see another live premiere where someone will put a machine to this level of testing, this sewing Olympics, before they release that machine back to their customer. This is the way it should be done by everyone. By everyone. All right, let's look at that last set of pics on Facebook, and then we'll finish off our sew-offs, and we'll wrap this premiere up. Yeah. So what you're seeing in this shot are, on the 201-2, on the bottom of the machine, there are two different clusters of worm gears. One that comes down from the top, down the pillar, and feeds into the lower drive shaft that feeds into the bottom of the raceway. And there's a cluster of these on both sides. And they're going to be hard to get to. They're not easy to get to because they're covered by the pedestal feet. These are basically encapsulated in the pedestal feet. And you've got to take out bolts to access them. And then when you, taking out the bolts, taking bolts or screws out is always a lot easier than putting them back in when it comes to the way these are aligned and such. So let me just warn you in advance. You decide to pull them off and, hey, I'm going to pull them off. I saw Scott do that and that's the right thing to do. Well, kudos to you. Be patient with yourself when you're trying to get them aligned and positioned back in and mounted again, because they're a little bit tricky. You might be saying, well, okay, what the heck is that? Well, we've jumped from the bottom to the top now, and this is part of the assembly that holds the shuttle hook system together. Now, you can see here, this is part of our hook, this is part of our bobbin case, our retainer, and before we remove these pieces, down in the bottom of this brain center for the machine was just coated and contaminated and mucked up beyond imagination. I don't know if our pictures will show that or not. There's our feed dogs right there, and you can see again just how filthy they are. And if someone doesn't take the time to do what you're seeing me do, they're not going to be able to get those areas as clean as they need to be. Again, this is, feed dogs operate just above this brain center, and if they're left gunk up or dirty, all of that stuff is going to fall into that raceway area and contaminate it. So that last one, I don't think I gave you the title, is called Game Boy. The next one is called Mariciano, something like that. Oh yeah, I'm loving this. Feel like I'm in Mexico. Mexico. Has anyone ever been to Mexico before? I have no idea what this guy is saying, but we've got to turn it up to hear him. For anyone who speaks Spanish, translate. All right, I knew the I part. I love it. What a great song. What a great song. So we're going after the feed dogs because they feed right into the raceway area. Get those all cleaned up and optimized. Get that entire area, the brain center, all set to sew. It's coming together, isn't it? Arriba! Yeah! That's the bottom of the cover for the bobbin case, and also the hook system. That's our slider plate. And what I'm showing you there is dirt and grime and gook and just junk can hide in the most hard to get to places. They just can. That was a fun song, wasn't it? Oh, I love that song. Doesn't that look better? That's the way it should look. And here's our other plate. Let me go back real quick, do a before-after thing for you. So before, kind of like before there, before, after. There's our other plate for the feed dogs, kind of part of our throat plate cover. You can see how filthy it is on the underside, which is right above the brain center. All of that stuff can work its way back in there and contaminate it. Even the screws are cleaned. Again, in part so that we don't chip them off or crack them. All put back together, looking a lot better, isn't it? Starting to come together. Now we're focused in the faceplate area. There's so many critical components in the faceplate area. I can't say it enough. We got to hear this guy again. He's awesome. A lot of lubrication points in there too. Number of areas to do adjustments on. This guy's a hoot. That's our upper tension all torn apart. A lot of pieces, and when you put it back together, you have to put it together just in the right way and get the springs adjusted and aligned properly as well. See all the filth built up on it? Look at those discs. They are just filthy, and that's where the thread is going to be passing through. That is such a critical part in helping you to achieve the level of stitching you've seen in this premiere today. I can't emphasize it enough. The upper tension is probably one of the areas that is most neglected on most machines, unless you follow the bad advice of some of those Facebook marketplace groups that tell you just swab the discs, and then you're constantly having thread break and you're having stitch quality issues, and you're like, what's wrong with my machine? Well, your machine is doing the best that it can, and you're not helping it. So all I can say is if you want to join those Facebook marketplace groups, be an influence of change there in the way they think don't embrace their logic on a lot of these areas because it's way off base. And there's an upper tension that is set up now for success, set up to do its job, as you've witnessed in the premiere today. Busy workbench, all kinds of stuff going on, all kinds of stuff. And there's that upper well where that spool pin on top is going to slide into, just above the pitman arm and the main shaft. And we're getting that area cleaned up as well. See that stuff? You go into a local sewing center and pay them 100, 150 bucks, you're going to leave with your stuff like that right there, because they're not going to go after it. It's not going to happen. Singer Repairman is just kind of checking things out and giving me some pointers and tips as well, which I appreciate. He's got a lot of experience. So La Tuz something or other is our next one. Yeah. That's a cool one. It sounds kind of like we've gone from Mexico now to maybe Japan or China. You can see there's one of those pedestals right there, and underneath there are some of those worm gear clusters. And this is on the other side of the machine, underneath the raceway area. And that's what, when you dig into a machine surgically, this is the kind of stuff that you uncover, that a local service center will never, ever, 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 ever mitigate for you to help your machine achieve its full potential, to achieve a gold medal like clearly Julie's is going to receive today in these Sewing Olympics. I think it was Emma that said that looks like a petri dish. It's just absolutely gross. And that's the bottom of that pedestal foot, where all of that stuff has just oozed and festered for how many years? Decades, right? Go to your local sewing center. You're going to take all that home with you again. How can those gears, those worm gears, drive that lower shaft to the raceway when you're trying to move and grind through junk like that? It's just not going to happen. Your motor is going to be superheating trying to work that machine through all of this junk, instead of getting to this stage where that stuff is being mitigated properly, and that motor has to work so much less to do the same work and to do it at such a higher level. Because we're getting rid of stuff like that. Dirt is not the friend of our sewing machines. How many times have you heard me say that? And whether it's dirt or grime or gook or junk or whatever you want to label it as, we've got to get rid of it. And there is a machine that is starting to come back into form. Now we're focused on the opposite side, below the pillar, another cluster of worm gears that are so far behind in maintenance, it's astounding. And again, these are coming as a transfer exchange of power from the motor down and then transferred over to that raceway area. You're losing so much power right now in this exchange right here because of that condition. You might start with 100% motor power, and it just trickles down and trickles down and trickles down as that motor is trying to work through more areas like this that are just infested with scum. Let's go after it, okay? It doesn't belong there. Let's go after it. Let's get rid of that stuff. It's going to take more time, but you know what? It's worth it. Let's do it. And these support transfer power bars across here that are part of the pivoting system are also agitating during the machine's operation as well, so those require a lot of maintenance also. And that's the difference right there. Those are starting to come into form. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Look at in the grooves. All of that junk still in the grooves. How does that look? Before? Before? After? It's all about the process, folks, that I've been developing for over 2 decades. It's all about the process. That last song was really pretty, and I'm sure I'm not doing justice in pronouncing the name. La Tazur, or something like that. Beautiful Asian type song. This next one is called Meiosis. Singer repairman is looking on saying, yep, we got you trapped. You're not going back on that machine. And now we're starting to, after the area has been properly stripped down, conditioned, and prepared, now we introduce my pink grease to it. We don't put the pink grease on top of a filthy area. It doesn't make any sense to do that. And yet a lot of people do. And again, I'm using a surgical needle to get into those grooves because we don't want those metal worm gears to be slamming into each other as they've been doing. We want them to be cushioned and protected. Same thing on the other side of the machine in that well just below the raceway. We're going to fill that all the way up with pink grease. Those, if you want to take a survey and interview worm gears, at this point, after this process, you're going to get 5 out of 5 stars from these worm gears. They're going to love you. They're going to say, we love you. We love you. We love you so much. And I think it was Maddie that recently told me she acquired a Kenmore machine. And after I had sent that pink grease back with her featherweight 222K, remember that featherweight 222K? The free arm one that I did, it was the first one in the workshop, blah, blah, blah. Well, she had some of my magic pink grease that I sent back with her machine to be with her featherweight, but she used it on a Kenmore and she said, wow, wow! I should go on Shark Tank and sell this stuff. What do you think? And again, going after the screws and the bolts, because the cleaner they are, the better grip you have with a screwdriver tip going into them, the less likely you are to split them, crack them, or create a metal barb from that screwdriver skipping off on them. There's the worm gears on the other side, all cleaned and now properly protected. More adjustments and verifications as far as mounting bolts. And there's my arsenal of tools across the front of the machine that were used to complete a lot of those services and processes. There you can see them there. Including my handy dandy, not my notebook, this is Endora, my handy dandy flashlight. I love my flashlight. Yes, I do. And there's a singer repairman that's kind of looking down the line of tools and probably saying something like, yeah, I used to do that. I'm retired now with my alligator, excuse me. I'm retired now with my alligator that Maddie sent me. And Scott can do that now, and I'll just be there as a support to him. Thank you, sir. Working a little bit on the body. Again, when a machine comes to the workshop, it's not a matter of just fixing it or optimizing it. It's also a comprehensive restorative approach. So I do spend time as well on the pigment to the paint. Now it's going to still be original paint. It's still going to be original decals. They're going to be imperfect, but we get all of that extra varnishing and dirt and junk off of the paint so that it's less prone to start cracking, and also that dirt doesn't migrate to other parts of the machine on the inside. So we get rid of it. Plus it just gives more pride to the owner, and it makes the machine feel better as well. So that's why I do that. There's a much happier 201-2 from the inside out. Yeah, happy machine. Happy Dr. Singer. Happy Singer Repairman. Yeah. Yeah, that's a Rolls Royce. That right there, that's a Rolls Royce of Singer sewing machines. And by the way, it belongs to Julie from Indiana. Did you know that? And if you didn't pay attention earlier in the class, Julie's 201-2 is one of only 15,000 that were made in the production group size. That is a very rare machine right there that the Singer Repairman is posing with. Born on February 27th, 1948. February 27th. So this coming February, Julie can have a party. She can have a birthday party for her machine. Why not? It'd be totally cool. Does anyone want to do the math? Does anyone want to do the math on this coming February, which would be 2022, February 2022, how old Julie's machine will be? Born in 1948. Again, we're going to be going into 2022 already. Crazy, huh? I'm going to do the math myself. 2022 minus 1948. I've got the answer. Do the math real quick and put it in the chat. And if you do, you get an A in the class for today. Julie's machine was born in 1948. The next birthday for Julie's machine will be in February of 2022. How old will Julie's machine be? And based on the shot right now with the Singer Repairman looking at that machine, you've got to almost be in disbelief that this number is correct. I'm going to give you a few more seconds and then I'm going to tell you. Okay? So you better type fast. And you better take off your shoes and socks like I do when you're counting bigger numbers so you get it right. You got to get it right. All right. More shots of Julie's beautiful machine, along with the Singer Repairman and his pet alligator. And if you're brand new to this channel, you're going, what the heck is up with a pet alligator? Maddie was so pleased. Maddie is the owner of the 222K that she sent to the workshop, the first one ever in the workshop, Singer Featherweight, Singer Convertible. She was so pleased with the restored power of that machine when she got it back. And so pleased with everything else I did for her that she sent a number of gifts, including this pet alligator, and immediately the Singer Repairman adopted this alligator and they became fast friends. Let me just say that this alligator is very protective of the Singer Repairman. You do not want to make any quick moves around the Singer Repairman with this alligator nearby because, yeah, you know where I'm going with that. And you can see Dr. Singer back there kind of peeking through like, I don't know how they bonded so quick, but it's super cool. See that look? Yeah. We are buds in this workshop. Yes, we are. We are best buddies. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Maddie. I think we went full circle. Yes, we did. We don't need to look at all the yucky stuff again. It's gone. It's gone forever. Until it gets dirty again, and then Julie can always bring the machine back. So send it back. So video game soldiers. I definitely don't think we've heard that one. Yeah, this is a good dramatic one. For a sew-off. Yeah, this is sew-off music. Yes, it is. This is sew-off music. My roller foot's a little bit dirty, isn't it? Or is that just the reflection? I think it's a little bit dirty. Kind of spontaneously just pulled that out. I don't think I went over it real close. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Note to self. clean roller foot in my spare time. Ha ha ha! That's not going to happen. Julie, you got to clean your roller foot, hun. Sorry. All right, we got dramatic music. Let's be dramatic. And we are almost out of bobbin thread, so this could be interesting. We might run out right in the middle of this sew-off. You never know, kid. All right, let's have fun and sew a long piece of vegetable tan leather. And as much as I love this music, I might pause it. So we can hear Julie's machine running, going down this really fun sew-off. All right, pause music, please. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, you can come over, Mr. Bean. That's totally cool. I'm sorry about that. You did sort of help with some of this stuff, but not really. Okay. You're as excited as I am, Mr. Bean. This is cool. All right. Just check our bobbin thread. Boy, we are down the vapors. We are like running on empty. Almost. All right, Mr. Bean, hang on. I'm going to launch this puppy, okay? This is going to be a single layer of vegetable tanned leather. Here we go. That was fun. Ooh, those are pretty stitches too. Very pretty stitches. I wonder if Julie is going to sew any vegetable tan leather. That would be fun. That would be very fun. All right, Mr. Bean, I'm going to move you. Thank you for coming over to check things out. That's way cool. Okay, so we're going to walk this past the camera because it is like super long. It's super duper long. Oh yeah, beautiful stitching. Oh my goodness gravy. Oh my goodness gravy. Let me just set that there for a second. Let's come in closer. Okay, let's see how that lines up. Oh yeah, I'm loving that. No, I'm not doing a McDonald's commercial, Mr. Bean. Can we go to McDonald's? I don't know. Let me think about that. Maybe for an ice cream cone. Okay. We might be able to go even a little closer. Okay, there we go. All right, let's look at this top stitch. First of all, single layer of vegetable tan leather, which I can tell you already is going to be like, holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Total silence in the workshop right now. This is pretty cool. Pause. 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 I know. Page 34 plus. Just say it. Pause. All right, let's go back. I'll try to keep it fairly straight. Unbelievable stitching. Unbelievable. I mean, it's believable. We just did it, but pause. 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 Double pause. Wang doodle pause. Snozwanger pause. Pernicious Canid pause. Yes, I watched Willy Wonka recently. Yes, I did. Beautiful stitching. Unbelievably beautiful. And again, it's not a super thick piece, but vegetable tan leather is not easy stuff to go through. Probably talking about 3 ounces, which would equate to probably about 2.5 millimeters to 3 millimeters. Now we're going to look at that lock stitch. I'll turn it like this so we can see it a little bit easier. Beautiful lock stitch too, by the way. Kind of walk it past there. Pause right there. Vegetable tan leather is really a nice leather to sew. Very, very nice. We might do 2 layers next. Might give that a go. Well, folks, that is a definite pass. Again, vegetable tan leather, very tough leather to get through, and yet it laid down, Julie's Rolls-Royce of Singers laid down an absolute page 34 plus top stitch and lock stitch. So I'm going to throw that to the back with our quickly mounting sew-off mountain. And I think we'll put on a little bit more music and maybe do 1 or 2 more sew-offs. Not that we haven't tested Julie's machine sufficiently. I think we have. But I think it'd be fun to see if we can run out of bobbin thread. I'm only kidding. I don't think it would be fun. It would be horrible. We'll do it. See if we can. Let's see if we can. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tricky one. I cut this a little bit small, so we're going to have to kind of go a little bit narrow on it. Not super narrow, but semi-narrow. See if I can do a better job of feeding it. All right, presser foot is down. I'm going to move that over a little bit more. Okay, I didn't know if I've done 2 layers. I think I have. 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. I think I did it on that other machine recently. Let's see, folk round. Let's turn this way down. Folk round. This is fun. It's kind of like we're at a magical dinner. Has anyone ever gone, or has anyone recently been otherwise at a Renaissance type fair? Has anyone ever been to a Renaissance fair? Kind of feels like Renaissance music, doesn't it? Let me turn it up so you can hear it. It's called Folk Round. Folk Round. Yeah, you can come up here again, Mr. Bean. That's totally cool. Bring you down here, that way they can see you. Everyone loves to see you. Well, maybe we can't see you. Hold on a second. There you are. I'm going to do it like that. Mr. Bean is dancing. There's a surprise. All right, 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. Let's see how our 201 does with this task. Here we go. Yeah, I went off course. I tried. I think I'm into making pretzels. What do you think, Mr. Bean? We're so low. This is hilarious. Well, 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. I got through some of it before I went off course. These I'm going to have to walk by the camera too, I think. stitch up here. Mr. Bean kind of behind there. Okay, so let's take a look at these stitches. This is going to be our top stitch we're looking at first. I'll have to adjust this again. May have to adjust it again. That was a fun song, wasn't it? Play it one more time. Yeah, I totally feel like I'm at a Renaissance fair. All right, let's look at the top stitching. There's the beginning. Kind of looking over my shoulder. Beautiful stitching, absolutely spot on. Spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch is exactly as we want to be seeing it. All right, let's look at the lock stitch. And again, I did this so you could see the nap. Isn't that thoughtful? Yeah. All right, let's look at that lock stitch. This is now our lock stitch. Absolutely spectacular. I'm definitely going to give a page 34 to both of these. I'm kind of debating page 34 plus, because I see a little bit of a compression of the stitch, just modestly. Absolutely page 34. I would say borderline page 34 plus. Probably the top stitch would be a little bit more plussy, but beautiful stitches in either case. That's our top. That's our lock. Our lock is a little bit compressed, which means that our upper tension could have been backed off just slightly. And since we don't have compression on both sides, I would go with it being a tension irregularity rather than a feed issue. If it were a feed issue, we would have compression on both sides. Yeah, but they're both beautiful stitching. Beautiful stitching. What do we have left? I could do some acrylic fiber. I could do some... we haven't done any canvas. We did upholstery material, commercial upholstery material. We also have commercial grade canvas too, so that's a definite possibility, as we are virtually out of bobbin thread. Really close. I probably can squeak one more sew off. One more sew off is that's going to be about it. It's going to be about it. It's gonna get us to the finish line, I think. And we can have the medal ceremony and give Julie's 201-2 a medal. Yeah. So here is our commercial canvas. And our commercial canvas, I mean, what do I need to say? It's canvas, it's commercial, it's tough stuff. I got 2 layers I'm starting with. I'm going to go ahead and fold it in the middle, get us up to 4. Once I get these lined up better. Get these lined up to 4. Fold it one more time and get us all the way up to 6 layers. 6 layers of commercial canvas. Yeah, that's not working. 6 layers of that, folks. That is the thick of thick. That's thicker than the thick of thick. So I'm going to slide that into position. Get that underneath the rollers. Don't you love the way those rollers work? You see them working? And they better be working, because look at the thickness of what we're going through. They better be working, doggone it. Dagnammit. Okay. So we listened to the Renaissance music a couple times. I'm curious if any of you have been to Renaissance fairs and what your general comments were about that. Now we're going to do Long Road Ahead. Long Road Ahead. It's a pretty one. It kind of feels Celtic, kind of like Irish. See, we've gone from what, Mexico, and then we went to an Asian culture, and now we're going to a Celtic type culture. We're all over the place. Anyone else getting jet lag? I am. All right, 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Assuming we don't run out of bobbin thread. You never know, kid. Mr. Bean. All right, here we go. 6 layers of commercial canvas. Here we go. Hey, here we go. Hey. Commercial canvas. And Julie's machine just sewed it like it was a light cotton. And with none of these sew-offs we've done have required a hand start. After that motor started out so troubled. And now Julie's motor on this 201-2 has a reserve power that is just off the charts. We haven't even used a fraction of the power that this machine has. Not even a fraction. And we've gone through sewing that would be considered, I mean, look at that. We've gone through sewing that would be considered light industrial, borderline commercial sewing. And Julie's Rolls-Royce of Singer sewing machines, her 201-2, that I had the privilege to fully restore mechanically and electrically. Didn't do a thing to the paint other than basic cleanup on the paint, blah, blah, blah. But this machine now has attitude. It has attitude. Yeah, we were just in Ireland. How did that feel? Let's see here. Let's do the frost waltz. Frost waltz while we're looking at these stitches. Frost, like frost warning. Yeah. Well, I don't think I need to say it, do I? Do I need to say it? Should I say it? Do you want to say it? Type in the chat what you think of these stitches. Type in the chat what you think of these stitches. And I think we're just going to end on this sew off. I think it's a great place to end. with 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Holy mackerel. Wow. Wow. Let's start from the very beginning. Kind of like Julie Andrews in Sound of Music. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. With a very tired needle, and it's laying down page 34 plus stitching. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, it's believable we just did it, but you know what I mean. Cool. Wow. Wow. Totality of the stitching. And see, you see sewing at this level so much on this channel, you almost start to take it for granted. Try doing this on your machine. Please. Yeah. And then you could be like, holy cow, I had no idea. Look at again what we sewed through. This is our top stitch, page 34. Look at that. Look at that. Now our lock stitch. That's our lock stitch. Totality of the stitching. Let's just go there. Absolutely spot on. The spacing, the formation of that lock stitch is exactly what we want to see. Exactly what we expect to see. Just look at that. You know that little tuft? See that little tuft of material pops up in between the stitching? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me pause right there. Let me pause right there. Folks, those are gorgeous, gorgeous lock stitches. So on this final sew off, we did 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Canvas, folks. And Julie's 201-2 had no difficulty whatsoever in getting that job done. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the back, and we'll look at that sew-off sandwich one last time as we wrap this premiere up. And I'll see if I can get you a quote too. Makeup. All right, let's take a look at this. Well, I don't know about you, but this has been fun. I always enjoy doing this. I'm going to bring my friends out that were a part of this as well. You too, Dr. Singer. Well, this has been a lot of fun. I'm just going to go through those, show you the sew-off sandwich as a final thing where we nearly ran out of bobbin thread, but we didn't. Yay. After let's see, that was the waltz. Oh, this is good. Let's do this. Decline. So here's our sew-off sandwich mountain thingy. That we did during this premiere, and then also off camera as well. I am going to declare that this machine has graduated. And more importantly, I'm going to declare that it is also going to receive a gold medal for this Sew-Off Olympics. This Premier Olympics. Look at that. So, again, if you were nodding off in class or something like that, to recapstone all that we just did. Hey, Mr. Bean. I can barely see you, my friend. Let's put you over here. So, to recapstone what we just accomplished, we sewed off this ribbon material, which is 100% polyester, with incredible page 34 results. Compressed felt, Italian leather, 2 layers, and a single layer as well, live on this premiere. Protected full grain leather, a long strip of that with page 34 stitching. More Italian style leather, done off camera, I believe. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material with page 34 stitching. We pieced together 2 pieces of 100% cotton, again using a size 18, which is a size 110 needle with upholstery thread, and it still was able to get the job done. Julie's 201-2 was able to get the job done with incredible results. Bubblegum material. Incredibly tricky stuff because of the vinyl content in them. Not nylon, vinyl. Laying down page 34 stitching, by the way. We also did additional protected full grain leather as well. 2 layers of it and a single layer as well, a long piece. Laying down absolutely drop dead gorgeous stitching with both of these as well. I'm going to run out of room here, folks. I'm going to run out of room. We did a single layer of genuine elk hide. Again, super thick stuff. And Julie's machine just did a phenomenal job, just a fabulous job of laying down page 34 plus stitching. We also did some of this vegan style leather, single layer, 2 layers, with fabulous results also. We just got done doing 6 layers of commercial canvas. Folks, this is the Sewing Olympics. We're serious about it. Absolutely serious. And then, last but certainly not least, we did a long single piece of this vegetable tan leather. And also 2 layers of vegetable tan leather as well. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. It just doesn't. So when everything is said and done, where other people would sew off a single layer of, say, cotton or cotton blend material and say that their sewing machine is ready for the Olympics, this is what our training program looks like. This is what the real deal looks like. Any questions? Not about my glasses. About what the real deal is, folks. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? Well, I love this part of the process. After a lot of work, and bear with me for a second here. After a lot of work, probably with the motor work and everything, about 16 hours of work, on Julie's 201-2, her 1948 201-2, we have finally reached the finish line. And I can't end with music like this, as beautiful as it is. I've got to end with music like this. Well, Julie, thank you so much for the opportunity to have your Rolls-Royce of singers in the workshop and to get this machine back to a point where she is a Rolls-Royce. Yes, she is. I promised you a quote. Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Well, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of this premiere. Your support means so much. And thank you, Julie, again for the opportunity. God bless everybody. Take care.